Oh my. Just imagine as you recite this precious mantra, that our bodies, we just become really filled with this compassion of Chenrezig, this ultimate energy of kindness, love, compassion. And just imagine as we become filled with it, we send it out to all beings. So you can, in your mind, you can think of everyone who's suffering, just really wishing to send out this loving compassion, and just to visualize all of this energy of compassion radiating from Chenrezig, just going out to all beings. Om. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh. So now really just allow yourself to sit, to rest in this place with Chenrezig at our crown. Just to imagine being completely filled with this compassion, that every sentient being is completely filled with this energy of compassion. And just rest in the joy, rejoice in being there, being able to do this practice. Really feel like this is so effective. Okay, feel that this energy, this compassion of Chenrezig has really transformed you and every sentient being. Just relieving the suffering, just making this world a more compassionate place, a place of compassion. Just realizing in your heart that this can be, that it starts with each of us. And just allowing ourselves to rest in this compassion, in this powerful mantra of Chenrezig, the power of this practice, the power of the mind. Because we really have this Buddha potential. So just remembering that, remembering our motivation, creating the causes for this enlightenment, realizing this full potential. So just reflect on that as we do this actual the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just imagine with each repetition that this prayer fills your mind, your body, with this kind of completing this practice, this compassion of Chenrezig fully ripening and activating, if you will. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So as we recite the last time, just really think about when we talk about the prayer talks about all the diseases in the world, we can think about this, just how it's happening right now, and really make the intention that all of the suffering in the world from around COVID, all aspects are relieved, are healed, are eliminated. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just thinking that Chenrezig has dissolved into this white light and been absorbed through all of our crowns, we just carry this compassionate energy of Chenrezig, and that we're able to share this with each and every sentient being. now let's just do a few dedication verses. Just to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arise not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be free from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Now, just sealing the benefits with merit. Sealing the merits with emptiness. Sorry. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And we'll finish with the long life prayers. So for His Holiness, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then Rinpoche's long life prayer. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much. Venerable
Ditchen, hello.
Hello, welcome. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Where are you located?
I'm in Pomaya at the Institute of Lama Tsongkhapa. And you?
Love. Oh, I'm in Ling, San Francisco. So I love Maya. The
Nice.
Institute is beautiful. So I rejoice in your being there, and thank you so much for being here and doing the next session. So, and thank you, everyone, and
thank you. Thank you.
Stay well. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. So hello everyone and greetings from the Institute of Lama Tsongkhapa in Pomaya. So maybe some of you have already been doing the prayer for a while, but in any case, or maybe some are just joining, but we can take a moment just to relax, check the posture, and just check in with the body and notice how you're feeling. If you're feeling uncomfortable, comfortable. And whatever it is, whatever state you're in, just allow yourself to open to yourself fully, just as you are. And take a long breath in and exhale. Let go of any thoughts, worries, and hold yourself in a warm and compassionate space. So usually for these sessions, I share something, and I couldn't think of very much. And sometimes that's okay. You know, we have to just accept ourselves as we are, and we do the practice as we are, without elaboration, without anything very much. And as I was running up the stairs to where we have Wi-Fi, I kind of looked at my gurus and said, you know, if you have anything to inspire me with, now is a really good moment because I've got nothing. So I came up to the nuns Gomper at the Institute, and I was just searching for inspiration. You know, we all kind of want something, some nugget to share perhaps. And I opened this, which is Lama Zopa Rinpoche's book on how to be happy. And it says, I mean, I flicked through, but very quickly it fell open at this page. And I know you've all heard this, but it's good to hear it again. You are never alone. Everywhere, all the time. There are numberless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas surrounding you, loving you, guiding you. After all, that's what they do. And our teachers always encourage us, or at least here at the Institute, the Geshes always encourage us that just rely, you know, take refuge, rely on the Yidam. Geshe Gelik says, don't rely on sentient beings. They're not so reliable, especially in degenerate times, but rely on the Yidam, the deity, or the Guru. And so often we try and figure things out by ourselves, or we think we should have the answers, and we don't need that. We just need to take refuge in those that can help us. And so this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo is a really beautiful example of that, because maybe we feel stuck or we want to help and we don't know what to do, and we've been given the means. We've been given this beautiful prayer, which was shown to be effective in the past, and it's been given to us by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who knows what is beneficial. And so we can really do this practice with great confidence, knowing that if we want to be of benefit to others, this is exactly what we need to be doing. It's exactly what sentient beings need. We may not know how it works, but we know that this is exactly what is most beneficial. And we can just rejoice that we're about to do this practice together, because we're about to do together something so beneficial at this really key time, and how fortunate we are to do that. So in whatever condition you're in, on a chair, on a cushion, the kids are screaming, maybe close the door. The cats are running around, let them. But just take a moment to check in with why you're here. And you're probably here because you want to make a difference, because you care. So just touch in with your own compassion and your own motivation, your own goodness that brought you to this practice today. That seed, that Buddha nature. And in whatever way is meaningful for you, with whatever words or images are meaningful for you, take a moment to take refuge and generate bodhicitta in your own heart. And feel that all around you are the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, loving you, guiding you, and supporting you. Because that's what they do. And if it's helpful, you can imagine in front of you your Guru in the aspect of Thousand Dham Chenrezig, or if you prefer Shakyamuni Buddha. It's your practice, you decide. But really feel that with this practice, we're making a supplication, a request for help on behalf of sentient beings. So we know who we need to talk to and we know who needs help. So now with this prayer and our mantras, we do the asking. Okay, so now I try and share screen. I'm using a mini iPad, so let's see. It's temperamental. Okay. Okay. And so touching in again with our feeling of bodhicitta and refuge, imagining the Guru in front of us. And with a strong sense of wanting to be of benefit, to alleviate the suffering of sentient beings, we make the request. So we can read the motivation 3 times and then do the Mani Mantra 10 malas. And then we do the actual prayer together. So with a sense of being the representative of sentient beings before the Guru, the Lama, you can read the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so for the recitation of the Mani Mantra, you can either, if you have the appropriate empowerment, then you know what visualization to do. You can do that. Otherwise, you can imagine the Guru in the form of Chenrezig in front of you, or I'll turn the page here, or you can recite looking at the picture of Thangtong Gyalpo. And as we recite the mantra, it's really a request, you know, we're kind of knocking on the door of the Buddha saying, hey, you know, guys, we need help here. So, you know, reciting the mantra is like ringing the Buddha's doorbell with the finger pressed on it, and we're not letting go until we get an answer. I'm kind of borrowing that a little bit from one of my teachers. He didn't exactly call it pressing the doorbell, but, you know, it's that same sense of insistence. You know, we use our mantra to get the attention and help of the Buddhas. Okay, so we'll do 10 malas of the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra together. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. And so, having recited the mantras, we can do the actual prayer, the request to Thangtong Gyalpo. And so we recite, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We recite 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so just to make sure our request is really heard, we say it one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever diseases there are, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so strongly feel that you've made your request. We made it together, it's been registered. And then it would be nice to also do the prayer requesting freedom from famine, because we know that there are people struggling at the moment. Some people have lost their jobs, some people are struggling with some people are struggling to feed their families. You know, it's a difficult time. So we can also just do one recitation of this prayer to request to pacify the fear of famine. So we recite together. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Pratika Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of the treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests, with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain highest enlightenment. So we can rejoice that we've made our requests. Fantastic. And really think, this is our contribution. This is our contribution to the freedom from suffering of sentient beings, and that we're really doing something very useful for them. We're doing exactly what Rinpoche says that we need to be doing at this time. So it's really important to rejoice in the practice. Not just the prayers that you're doing, but the prayers that everybody is doing all 24 hours, every week. So it's fantastic. And hopefully collectively together, we generate the merit that will make a change. And so in order to make sure that we use this energy most effectively, we dedicate now with the dedication verses. So to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these 2 are complementary and not contradictory. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And to meet a perfect Guru in all our lifetimes, in all my lives never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as a direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away, even for a second, from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And now to always be used by sentient beings. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all the negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And to seal all the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then to dedicate in the same way that all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas did. So with this dedication, we really imagine that we're adding our merits to all the merits of the previous Buddha, well, 3 times 10 direction, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. like an ocean. So just as a drop is not exhausted until an ocean is exhausted, and for as long as the ocean exists, that drop exists. In the same way, when we dedicate our virtues, as the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas did, our virtues last as long as all of their virtues last. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And then for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Majanat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And in the remaining moments of the session, you can dedicate for anyone that is close to you, that's in need of your energy, your positive energy. Hello. Now it's time for the next session. Buonasera.
Okay, I start.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, it was not about. Ok, quindi cominciamo. Facciamo innanzitutto una sincera presa di rifugio. Pensiamo che qualunque cosa credi Scusate, la connessione cade continuamente, mi dispiace, ci riproviamo. Facciamo una presa di rifugio sincera, pensando che qualunque pratica svolgiamo, con qualunque buono, è molto più debole se non facciamo una presa di rifugio sincera. La presa di rifugio non è solo per noi personalmente, per ciascuno di noi che fa la pratica. La presa di rifugio coinvolge tutti gli infiniti esseri, perché necessariamente li coinvolge tutti, perché i Buddha sono Buddha solo per tutti gli infiniti esseri, non sono Buddha per se stessi. Quindi c'è proprio questa interdipendenza necessaria, questa interdipendenza, come si può dire, indistruttibile tra i Buddha e tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendere rifugio significa esserne consapevoli. Ci sono infiniti esseri che hanno ottenuto la liberazione e la perfetta illuminazione. Ci sono perché la natura della mente ha questo potenziale e basta svilupparlo. Quindi quando prendiamo rifugio lo facciamo con questa fiducia, con questa certezza e con questa, diciamo così, con questo senso di protezione che proviamo, con questo senso di gioia che proviamo nell'essere protetti. Ok? Va bene, adesso cominciamo la sadhana col rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma che sono i suoi insegnamenti e nel Sangha che è la comunità che applica gli insegnamenti del Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini che sono coloro che sono le energie illuminate che si riescono ad arrivare persino alla nostra mente oscurata. Quindi è una messaggera della mente illuminata. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Questo è il vero rifugio, perché non ci potrebbe essere un rifugio esterno se non ci fosse questo rifugio interno, se non ci fosse questa nostra potenzialità parzialmente già attivata, ancora non del tutto dispiegata, questa potenzialità di diventare illuminati che risiede nella natura della nostra mente, nella sua chiarezza vuota, nel corpo di verità, Dharmakaya. Ripetiamo altre 2 volte, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nelle assemblee dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Bene, ora svolgiamo esattamente la pratica di una di queste divinità meditative in cui abbiamo preso rifugio. Le divinità meditative sono rappresentazioni della mente illuminata dei Buddha rispetto all'una o all'altra, in particolare, delle loro qualità. C'è per esempio la divinità meditativa che rappresenta la saggezza di tutti i Buddha, questa è Manjusri, la divinità meditativa che rappresenta l'aiuto, quando non ci potrebbe essere nessun aiuto, invece questo aiuto funziona, ed è Tara. In questo caso pratichiamo la divinità meditativa della compassione, Avalokitesvara, alcune emanazioni del Buddha della compassione che racchiude in sé le qualità di immaginiamo Buddha Avalokitesvara come un essere in consembianze umane, ma luminosissimo, seduto spazio all'altezza della nostra fronte, ci guarda con grande amore, con grande compiacimento e che pratichiamo insieme, connettendoci con la sua energia illuminata, emanano tantissimi raggi di luce che vanno a colpire tutti gli infiniti esseri, compresi noi stessi, ci purificano da tutti gli errori, karma negativo, difetti, visioni distorte, e ci concedono tutte le qualità positive per poter praticare il sentiero e ottenere lo stato liberato dalla sofferenza. Quindi noi ci connettiamo recitando il suo mantra, le sue parole sacre. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Ora dedichiamo questa pratica di presa di rifugio e di connessione con Buddha Avalokitesvara, connessione a causa della quale abbiamo partecipato alle sue attività illuminate di compassione e di guarigione verso tutti gli esseri. Recitiamo a questo proposito la preghiera composta da un Mahasiddha che l'aveva scritta su richiesta dei monaci di un monastero tibetano di scuola Sakya che vivevano un'epidemia. E solo dopo la recitazione continua di questa preghiera l'epidemia finì. Per cui è una preghiera che ha una sua validità certificata, un suo potere, e quindi noi la recitiamo sapendo che è arrivata in lignaggio ininterrotto da allora fino ad oggi al nostro Lama, quindi ha lo stesso potere. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive. Il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero i macigni della notte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta agli disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, possano possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere le malattie gli esseri serpeggiati dalle tramissime pietra crucificata lunga di persa possono questo dire essere fatte per contronunciate. Mai sempre più. Persino di dicevamo, Samsara e Nirvana mancano di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, ma causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiediamo le vostre benedizioni per capire il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ora recitiamo soltanto le più importanti di dediche, perché salterà la linea un'altra volta e vorrei almeno recitare le cose più importanti. Fino a che ogni essere senziente non è stato liberato dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho ottenuto la suprema illuminazione. Tramite il solo vedermi, il mero vedermi, ascoltarmi, pensare a me o ricordarmi, toccarmi o parlare a me, possano tutte le sofferenze essere pacificate in un istante e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Ora recitiamo la preghiera di lunga vita per due delle manifestazioni con cui abbiamo più connessione di Buddha Avalokitesvara, espressione di grande e perfetta ed efficace compassione, per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e per Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama: tu che sei il gioiello che soddisfa tutti i desideri, sorgente di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere una lunga vita e i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Infine per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, che è l'ispiratore di questa maratona e per il semplice motivo del suo esempio, della sua presenza, oltre che per le indicazioni specifiche che ci ha dato, perché Lama Zopa Rinpoche fa un maratona ininterrottamente da 60 anni e più, senza dormire, senza curarsi di cibo e di niente, solo dedicato al beneficio degli esseri. Tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, che servi come potente sostenitore di tutto, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Manjusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Venerable Thupten, I have finished. You can go on. Okay. Hi. You didn't start the microphone. Yes.
Thanks for telling me, otherwise.
Okay, dear. Have a good practice.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao. So, here we are, trying to save the world and its beings from all the ailments, results of our past actions of body, speech, and mind. It's a good reminder that things are impermanent, coming from causes. And then we can react not with despair, but react with wisdom and compassion. We have some concern for others, and we have the methods of our qualified Mahana, which is friends and guides, are source of our inspiration and hope and protection, as well as our own Dharma practice, especially. We can take refuge in ourselves, in our practice, in our efforts, in our striving to practice Dharma That's why we are here. Not just to be happy for today, for ourselves, but to make everybody else happy in the best possible way in the long term. And for that, we guide everybody surrounding us for refuge, the three sublime ones. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So this is the best method. This is the best way. This is the best activity, because it was given to us by our Mahayana friend Lama Zopa, and he knows what works. He knows what helps, and we know that he knows. So that's how we know that this is the best. So because we have faith, we rely on him, because it has proved many times that his advice worked. And that's probably, or hopefully, how we are protected here. You know, like at Nalanda, we have like so many people here, like 60 people living here. And it's no COVID, there's no problem. People can have very easy, you know, socializing and, you know, having a good time. Well protected here in a monastery with so many people. So may it stay that way. So for that, we do practices every evening, actually, the same ones. And so also we show up online, some of us, and recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Yeah, that's the best method and wisdom. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om, method, wisdom, Hum. Easy. The whole path included in Om Mani Padme Hum. This mantra of Chenrezig, we visualize in front of ourselves and sending purifying rays of light to all beings. Yeah, amazing. Anyway, Om Mani Padme Hum. So much meaning in Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Whole lamrim, whole path. So we guide all beings, not knowing this, into recognizing, realizing what is a worthy object of refuge, worthy object of reliance, worthy object of hope, what is worth of like taking time with and applying effort, where to put our efforts. What is it? Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. So let's have a strong wish that these prayers be fulfilled. All the heart and energy into that. We have a lot to dedicate. All the virtues we have created. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 causes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reliance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus, of the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth or the ineffability of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And again, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Sirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the anti-clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Every word here is like gold, more precious than gold, more precious than anything. The meaning, heavy with meaning. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Sirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the anti-clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Dakinis, and Nirams. We go for refuge to the anti-clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. Our perfect guide, appearing in the form of Chenrezig, purifying us in all address with nectar-like light rays, oozing from his heart, reaching our hearts and minds and bodies, and satisfying us with this Dharma nectar, blissful wisdom and energy of enlightened beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Let's bath in Chenrezig's compassion, knowing this is the perfect method. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 causes and fears, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reliance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus, the three Jews, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the assembly of empty clarity of our minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. So we did 3 times, so somehow it becomes more intense in our mind. And we reflect stronger on the meaning. Om Mani Padme Hum, the purifying rays from the Guru Chenrezig, pour down on all sentient beings and purifying them of all the ailments, body and mind, all the karma, negative obscurations, and spirit harm. Om Mani Padme Hum. So may this coronavirus completely disappear from this world. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. So we can think of those who been somehow infected with corona, who were sick with it or died from it, also who will get sick from it and die. May they don't die, may they recover and stay in this life and practice Dharma instead. To practice virtue and stopping all negativities, useless worldly matters. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 361 spirits that harm suddenly, the 434 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reliance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the Brothers and Guardians, by the power of the truth of the infinity of karma and its results, may all your dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, who is after me?
Okay.
Leo.
Hello.
Okay.
Then now we start in French.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. À bientôt. Goodbye. Et ben voilà. Nous sommes connectés. Apparemment, j'ai oublié d'envoyer le mail habituel. Je suis désolé. Je suis un peu bousculé en ce moment.
C'est pas grave.
Donc, je vais faire le partage d'écran. Si j'y arrive. Partager. Voilà, donc là, on doit y être. Et donc, on va tout de suite faire cette motivation pour laquelle nous faisons cette session aujourd'hui. Donc, nous faisons cette pratique avec le souhait de guérir le monde de cette pandémie qui sévit actuellement. Et nous tous, à divers niveaux, nous sommes touchés par cette pandémie, soit parce que nous avons eu cette maladie, soit parce que nos proches en ont subi les effets, ou parce que nous avons nous-mêmes perdu un proche. Et donc, en dehors de cette souffrance, de ceux qui sont partis de ce fait, il y a cette souffrance des proches qui bien souvent a été et est toujours accentuée par les conditions de ces morts. On n'a pas pu les voir une dernière fois, on n'a pas pu leur dire au revoir. Parfois, on n'a même pas pu organiser les prières comme on le voulait, ou même pas du tout. Et donc, c'est une souffrance de plus pour les êtres dans cette situation qui est déjà difficile. Et donc, comme nous sommes touchés par cette pandémie, je le répète souvent, on aurait tendance à penser que c'est le fait d'un karma collectif et que bon, il n'y a rien d'autre à faire. Et d'une part, si c'est un karma collectif et que ça nous touche, il faut savoir que nous avons contribué à le créer. Donc, ça ne vient pas du fait des autres, mais ça vient chez nous de notre fait. Hein, et c'est quelque chose qu'il ne faut jamais oublier. Et d'autre part, nous pouvons toujours faire quelque chose. Hein. Par exemple, nous pouvons, dans la procédure, si je puis dire, de réparation du karma, dans la procédure de purification, hein, et nous pouvons, il y a la force, il y a les 4 forces d'opposition, et donc là, de faire cette prière, de faire des actes vertueux, de dire des mantras, ça participe aux 4 forces d'opposition, à la force du remède, et donc nous pratiquons cette force du remède pour essayer de stopper les effets de ce karma collectif qui n'en finit pas de durer. Et donc nous commençons par la méditation sur les 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puisse-t-il les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance, puissent-ils en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération, puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc sur la base de ces bonnes résolutions, donc nous allons visualiser au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres. Donc nous visualisons un lotus blanc. Sur ce lotus blanc, il y a un disque de lune. Et sur ce disque de lune, il y a la lettre Ri. Et de cette lettre est émané le noble Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara. Chenrezig est blanc, il est lumineux. Son corps est de la nature de la lumière. Et il diffuse des rayons de lumière des 5 couleurs, donc des couleurs de l'arc-en-ciel, enfin des 5 couleurs. Ce sont les couleurs des 5 sagesses. Il a un sourire magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion. Vraiment, il nous regarde avec beaucoup de tendresse, comme une mère regarde son enfant. Et il a beaucoup de compassion pour nous, bien sûr. De ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes, et les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements précieux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Il est assis dans la posture adamantine, donc dans la posture du lotus. Il a derrière lui une lune immaculée. Et donc, il représente l'ensemble de tous les refuges réunis. Donc, essayons d'imaginer au-dessus de nous cette présence de Chenrezig qui nous rassure, nous guide et nous protège. Et en ayant son image à l'esprit, donc nous allons prendre refuge. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc on va réciter quelques mantras au Mani Padme Hung. Et ensuite on va faire comme on a maintenant l'habitude, on alternera les mantras et les strophes de la prière. Je sais pas où j'ai mis mon voilà, ça fait rien. Om Mani Padme Hung. 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 Et la prière, puisse toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hung. Om Mani Padme Hung. Om Mani Padme Hung. Om Pemeu Omani Pemeu. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Oh, Omani Pemeu Omani Pemeu Omani Pemeu Omani Pemeu Omani Pemeu Omani Pemeu. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Omani Pemeu 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 Omani Pemeu. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Omani Pemeu 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 Omani Pemeu. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Omani Padme Omani Padme Omani Padme Omani Padme Omani Padme Omani Padme Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois races et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Omani Padme Omani Padme Omani Padme Omani Padme Omani Padme Omani Padme. Et donc on recommence depuis le début. Peut-être cette fois, on va dire peut-être on va voir. Une fois la prière toute seule sans les mantras, puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies, les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui telle la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement affligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. On a le temps de la répéter encore une fois. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspirer dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Puissent les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Je crois qu'on a encore le temps une troisième fois. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Et on va avoir le temps peut-être de faire un mala de Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Et maintenant, nous pouvons passer à la dédicace. Donc, les prières de dédicace qui sont là. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puissé-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés, et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps, et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et maintenant, la prière de longue vie de Sa Sainteté le Dalai Lama. Goni Rawe Gowe Chinkam Di Pendang Dewa Malu Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzi Gyatso Di Shape Site Pardo Dengyochi. Et la prière de la Matsongkhapa. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de la Matsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations, qui rendent hommage aux 3 rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et voilà, donc là, je pense que nous avons terminé la pratique et donc on attend.
Merci Elio.
Merci.
Bonne soirée à tous.
Bonne soirée. Donc aussi, donc je vais attendre. Buonasera, gata.
Ciao, buonasera.
Ciao. Allora ti lascio il posto.
Va bene, grazie.
Bene, grazie. A presto. Ciao,
A
ciao.
presto, ciao.
Au revoir tout le monde.
Au
Au revoir Elio, merci.
Au revoir.
Buongiorno a tutti, buonasera a tutti. Sono Annie Sanchodun Agata del centro di Polava vicino a Udine, centro Chamchu Choling fondato da Geshe Topten. Cominciamo subito con una pratica di rilassamento, con la pratica del respiro in 9 punti per calmare la mente. Allora, appoggiando il pollice nell'anulare, lo chiudiamo piano piano la mano sinistra e l'appoggiamo nel fianco all'altezza dell'anca sinistra. Con la mano destra appoggiamo il pollice nell'anulare, lo chiudiamo, il pollice e l'indice si uniscono e con queste due dita poi andiamo a chiudere la narice destra per 3 volte e poi cambiando mano la narice sinistra per 3 volte e per 3 volte le narici e ispiriamo con entrambe le narici. La cosa importante comunque è la visualizzazione, perché pratichiamo questa respirazione con la motivazione innanzitutto di calmare la mente, di fare questa pratica perché vogliamo aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E qual è il modo migliore per farlo? Quello di cercare di calmare la nostra mente, cercare di mettere in pratica gli insegnamenti dei nostri maestri e di avere come obiettivo sempre sicuro ogni momento della giornata che vogliamo raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare tutti gli esseri viventi, nessuno escluso, perché se stanno bene tutti gli altri, questo è il modo migliore di essere egoisti. E quindi cerchiamo di focalizzare l'attenzione su questa motivazione di bodhicitta molto molto importante. Allora procediamo con la visualizzazione della respirazione. Ispiriamo, vi spiego. Allora, espiriamo e per esempio dalla narice sinistra, degluttiamo e tratteniamo il respiro all'altezza dell'ombelico per qualche secondo e poi espiriamo con la narice opposta, la narice destra. In modo molto molto intenso, in modo che esca tutta l'aria. Durante l'ispirazione immaginiamo che l'energia dei 4 elementi terra, acqua, fuoco e acqua entra dentro di noi e espiriamo e anche tutta la realizzazione e la chiara luce che si dissolve in noi e visualizziamo questa energia fantastica come luce chiara, bianca. Quando espiriamo invece dalla narice opposta, visualizziamo il respiro di colore nero e pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, le afflizioni, le sofferenze, il dolore, la paura e tutto ciò che è indesiderato esce dal nostro corpo e viene mandato lontano. Quindi facciamo questa pratica per 9 volte. Quindi chiudiamo la mano, cominciando a chiudere per primo l'anulare e poi tutto il pugno e lo appoggiamo all'anca sinistra. Con la mano destra chiudiamo l'anulare, appoggiamo il dito pollice all'indice e chiudiamo le narici. Cambiamo mano. Appoggiamo anche il pugno sinistro nell'anca e respiriamo con tutte e due le narici. Adesso osserviamo il respiro, rallentiamo, ascoltiamo il suono, il dolce fruscio che produce. Il vento entra fresco e gradualmente esce caldo. Ascoltiamo il corpo vibrare all'unisono con il movimento del respiro. La sua onda pervade tutto. La cassa toracica si espande con l'ispirazione e i pensieri evaporano con l'espirazione. Un soffio caldo, gentile ci avvolge la mente, si quieta i rumori e vanno lontani, vuotati. In questo momento visualizziamo Chenrezig al nostro capo e su quello di tutti gli esseri dell'universo. Mentre recitiamo la preghiera, il mantra di Chenrezig, pensiamo che da Chenrezig si emana luce che purifica tutte le apparizioni karmiche della mente e la mente. Il mondo esterno si trasforma in Dewa Chen. Il corpo, la parola di tutti gli esseri diventano Chenrezig, l'unione dell'apparenza e del suono della mente con la vacuità. Ogni pensiero, ogni suono, ogni visione, ogni sensazione, ogni essere dentro e fuori sono la manifestazione del corpo, parola e mente di Chenrezig. La mente di chiara luce. Pensiamo che l'ignoranza è come l'agitazione dell'oceano. L'oceano è la mente primordiale. Le onde, il movimento sono l'agitazione mentale che oscura la pace, la profondità, la quiete dell'oceano. Durante la recitazione anche della preghiera, della maratona della preghiera, concentriamoci sulla nostra vera natura oceano e non sulle onde, che comunque non hanno mai smesso di essere oceano. E se sorge un'onda pensiero che disturba, riconosciamola come manifestazione dell'oceano, riconoscendo il pensiero, la distrazione, l'emozione come manifestazione di Chenrezig, cioè espressione della sua infinita compassione, beatitudine e saggezza. Adesso leggiamo la motivazione della parola Vajra di Mahasiddha. Io e tutti gli esseri, tutti quanti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, divinità di meditazione e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Adesso pensiamo che Buddha Chenrezig entra dentro il nostro corpo attraverso il canale centrale, attraverso l'entrata del capo, entra nel nostro corpo e diventa di un solo sapore con noi. All'altezza del nostro cuore c'è fiore di loto, la sillaba Semerri e dentro seduto sulla radice, il nostro guru radice completamente bianco, rigioisce della pratica che stiamo facendo, è molto felice perché stiamo aiutando tante persone in questo momento a fare questa preziosissima maratona e pensiamo che si sprigiona luce bianca che purifica tutto il nostro corpo, parola e mente, e si diffonde in tutto il nostro corpo. La luce poi attraverso i pori della nostra pelle esce e va a purificare, ad aiutare tutti gli esseri viventi dei tre reami. Pensiamo che tutti sono inondati di chiara luce e in questo modo sono molto grati di questa grande opportunità di guarigione, di benessere, di felicità. Poi man mano che recitiamo pensiamo che la luce rientra attraverso sempre i pori della nostra pelle e ritorna nella sillaba seme. Una seconda visualizzazione che possiamo fare è quella che la luce esce e offre a tutto il campo dei meriti, da Buddha, Bodhisattva, Daka, Dakini, protettori e Dharmapala, offre tutte le sostanze possibili, desiderabili, da acqua per lavare i piedi, cascate infinite di preziosissima acqua, laghi, fiumi, tutto quello che possiamo immaginare come portatrice di acqua, poi acqua per bere, fonti miracolose di acqua che guarisce, acqua che disseta a chiunque. ehm, potete visualizzare le cascate del Dialara, tutto quello che, immaginate possa essere un'immagine, una proiezione del nostro pensiero che porti, beneficio al campo dei meriti con l'acqua. Poi, incenso, montagne intere di incenso che bruciano e, portano benessere, purificazione e, molta allegria a tutto il campo del merito, quindi montagne di incenso, fiori meravigliosi che piacciono a voi, non è detto che siano particolari, no, se vi piacciono, ehm, le camellie va bene, piuttosto che le margherite, ma anche tutti i giardini meravigliosi che vengono con cura, coltivati da tutte le persone, anche i giardini della Francia, giardini nell'Africa, dove ci sono fiori meravigliosi. Offrite tutta questa immagine che produce un'energia di beatitudine, ed è questa che viene offerta ai Buddha e Bodhisattva. Quindi tutti i migliori fiori del mondo, luci, offrite candele, candele, luce solare, luce divina, luce bianca. Pensate che la luce ha vinto, questo non guasta mai, che siamo nella luce. Offrite l'energia di questa certezza, no, che siamo nella strada giusta, perché il Dharma è certezza, è sicurezza che, la luce ha vinto. Profumi, tutti i meravigliosi profumi che potete immaginare, dal sandalo piuttosto che Gucci, qualsiasi tipo di profumo che vi possa che vi piace. Profumi coltivati, profumi che derivano dalle sostanze naturali, e li offriamo a tutti i Buddha. Cibo, possiamo pensare a tante torte che abbiamo fatto noi, piuttosto che carrelli della spesa pieni di cose, mhmm, pasta, tutto quello che, rappresenta il cibo, cibo e musica, tutta la musica più bella e meravigliosa che voi condividete con i vostri amici o che vi piaccia. Non è assolutamente detto che debba essere per forza tibetana o indiana, va bene anche qualsiasi altro tipo di musica, dal jazz al rock, qualsiasi cosa, perché, ripeto, è l'energia di beatitudine che voi provate quando ascoltate questa musica e la offrite ai Buddha e Bodhisattva che, loro apprezzano. E quindi poi pensiamo che tutto il campo dei meriti è molto felice per quello che stiamo facendo e ci rinvia alla luce con tanta, energia di, compiacimento, che aumenta ancora di più la sua potenza. Ehm, Pervade tutti gli esseri viventi, tutti dei 3 reami, e dà gioia, serenità a tutte le persone che stanno male, che hanno tanta paura, che non riescono a uscire dalla depressione, agli alcolizzati, ai drogati, alle persone che non sanno come uscirne. La luce meravigliosamente pulita e ricca di energia rientra nel nostro cuore e nel nostro corpo, e da lì ritorna a uscire piano piano verso tutti gli esseri senzienti, ancora più potenziata. Facciamo questa visualizzazione mentre recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, e pensiamo, quando sorge un pensiero che ci distrae, improvvisamente andiamo a far la spesa, oppure andiamo nella preoccupazione di turno, eccetera. Con questo pensiero riconosciamolo non diamogli importanza, pensiamo semplicemente che è un'onda che fa parte dell'oceano, non ha nessuna, autonomia, è solo la proiezione della nostra mente. Per fortuna la nostra vera mente è la chiara luce, priva di qualsiasi tipo di pensiero, emozione, paura, è semplicemente meravigliosa, chiara luce. E quindi non diamo lo riconosciamo, lo salutiamo e ritorniamo alla nostra visualizzazione, perché stiamo facendo un lavoro molto importante per gli altri, molto salutare per noi stessi, molto utile per tutti e per dare forza. Pensiamo che siamo operatori di luce, anche questo è molto importante, il nostro compito. Sentiamoci come operatori di luce, che questo aiuta i pensieri disturbanti ad andarsene. Okay, allora procediamo con la meditazione della preghiera effettiva. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, da malattie bhutas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 400 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano da karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, da malattie bhutas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo e la mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru dei tre Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei tre Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dei buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei tre Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dall'80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Rigioiamo un attimo per il fatto che stiamo facendo la lettura di questa preghiera, che è molto molto utile. Si è recitata parecchie volte grazie all'aiuto di tutti i monaci. Sentiamoci orgogliosi di far parte di questa maratona e stiamo facendo la cosa giusta, anche se magari certe volte siamo stanchi così, rigioiamo di questa grandissima opportunità di creare, alleviare le sofferenze degli altri. Cerchiamo di essere proprio felici, siamo proprio felici di essere qua adesso, ok? Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei bhutas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannosi, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere essere liberi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causata dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle Dakin, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei terrari supremi, con il potere delle Dakin, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separando il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, gli 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalla malattia dei buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru, dei tre Rari Supremi, per il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dall'80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 400 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru dei tre Rari Supremi, per il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie dei buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei Guru e dei tre Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la compassione dei Guru e dei tre Rari Supremi, col potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma, dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei Guru, dei tre Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Om 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Passiamo alle strofe di dedica, pensando che possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Meditiamo recitando il mantra su questa strofa come la cosa più bella e preziosa per cui dobbiamo vivere. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Onatona Chuduriki Korwalo Kudugu Kepetro Rari no Sei Su Jumpusti Shemesi Nani Segieto. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezioni. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vidyadhara. Vajradhara. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi delle supreme beatitudine e vacuità. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Come le Roma Anjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo io dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirle nel loro addestramento. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Rigioiamo di questa meravigliosa pratica che abbiamo fatto insieme e siate felici da ora e per sempre. Allora, vediamo di passare la parola a Chenrezig, penso. Ok, Damcho?
Hello, Venerable Agatha.
Hello.
How are you? You keeping
Fine.
well?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
I see you have a nice contingent with you. So it's always nice to see, when
Thank you.
when people are not on their own out there and bring friends and community with them. I think it's nice to have that support. So thank you very much.
Okay.
And keep safe. Who else have we got there? All right.
Thank you. Hi.
Good evening, Chenrezig Institute. Hello, Lars. Hello, everybody out there. Thank you, everyone who's been following Prayerathon today. If you've been with Venerable Agatha right now, just before me, so thank you very much. It's always nice to see Sangha members being supported online. And yeah, thank you very much if you're deciding to stay on. Lars is back. How is the Danish contingent? You all right? Lars? Lars is not listening. Lars is quiet today. Bless him. He must have had a very busy day because he's usually a bubble of joy out there. Anyway, yes, good evening, good morning, hello, depending what time of day it is, wherever you are. Week 30 Prayerathon. Quite a big waymarker. It's, doesn't seem that long when we had week 25. We thought we did well then. And even in those last 5 weeks, so many things have changed around the world, with elections in America, more and more vaccines, being tested and made ready to go out, and vaccination programs being rolled out. So it seems like what we're doing is bearing fruit. Not just what we're doing here in this particular session as Prayerathon, but collectively as a different traditions and different faith groups also joining in, reciting prayers and doing practices to combat the pandemic. So that's a nice thing to happen. Yes, I had various things I thought I could talk about today, but some of them were a little bit too serious, and I just don't feel like I want to be too serious today. And because there's also joy to be had. There's so much happening. 30 weeks prayerathon now. We could argue, well, should we be rejoicing about 30 weeks of having to do prayers because a pandemic is there? But as a community, we have grown. We have grown so much. And, the connections that we have made, not just with different Sangha members in different parts of the world, but also with you out there who follow prayerathon online, YouTube or Zoom live or later on, depending how it fits into your routine. But also how we connected with our practices, with our approaches, with our thinking. We connect with the Dharma. So many connections have been made over the last 30 weeks. So I think that's something to rejoice in. And, when we look back a year when COVID hit the world, and nobody quite knew what to do with it. What were the treatment options? What was this? What was that? What we can do? Yes, there's still, unfortunately, fatalities out there. And that's a shame, but we have made differences in the way we treat the pandemic. You could argue, well, there are variations out there, and that's true. But then why would the virus try to, have a variant? Well, to ensure its survival. Well, we want to stay alive for as long as we possibly could. So it's just a fight back, but with steadfast approach and confidence in what we do, in the prayers and the commitments, and making ourselves available for all those who need our help. It could be the simplest thing, just listening to them on the phone, or if you have, I don't know, FaceTime, Zoom, or whatever you do with friends and family, just engaging with them, saying hello across the road to a neighbor, checking on them. All those little things can make such a big difference. And recognizing that we all really just want to be happy and healthy. And it doesn't matter who it is. Everything else seems to be so petty. Oh, you didn't give me back my £5, or okay, fine, if you need the £5 is a different thing. But in the scheme of things, I think the pandemic has taught us there are much bigger things to worry about. And, on resetting our priorities. Venerable Barry Curzon was doing a post this morning, and it was really lovely to read, particularly in the early hours. And in it he says, we might get sort of stuck in the mud right now, and it seems very hard to get out. But it's a perfect time to re-energize, to rejuvenate, to just re-emerge, with a different way and different outlook. Focusing on the things that are important to us. Is it really important that we have a job we don't like and work 60, 70 hours a week? So many things have come out of that. And we, yes, there are certain uncertainties. What happens when the economies open up again and people are off furlough and will they still have a job? But we can focus on the negative, or we can focus on the positive. What's positive? Well, we're still here, we're still alive. That's the most important thing. First of all, you woke up. You're listening to my voice right now. Well, you must be still alive, I hope. And there are different ways we can cherish. We can say, oh, it's raining. It's a little rain, it's the big rain. We don't know. So just don't linger too much on the negative side. See the opportunities that may arise with it. You might complain about the rain, but if it stops you having to go out and water the garden, might only not just save you some money on water bills, but nature does the work for you. So we can always look at some more positive aspects of life, even the situations. There was a talking about mud, emerging from mud. And in Buddhism, we often hear that the lotus, emerges, untainted, from the muddy water, and is unstained. So there's also a German artist, Marius Müller-Westernhagen. Go back now, God, what is it, 70s, early 80s. And he had a song, Ich will zurück auf die Straße. I want to go back to the streets, because you find gold in dirt, and streets are built from dirt. So it was sort of a line that stuck with me for a long time. And it's true, we can take the opportunities that are there, or we can lament. And if you already have to waste energy or expend energy rather than waste it, use it usefully, in a way that favors you. What can you do? Okay, if you're being forced to change the situation, then change it to what you need it to be, what you need it to be. And, when you're feeling down, don't make, permanent decisions on temporary problems. So we can only, re-emphasize. It's always lovely to have everybody here, and if we can give you a bit of peace and break from the hassles of this life that's a bit turbulent at the moment, that's great. But don't suffer in silence. If you need to see your doctor or Lifeline or whatever services you have at your disposal, don't suffer. There's so many of you right now who go really through difficult times. So make it count, do what you can. And, if the work gets too much, what was it? Was it the Asterix comics, I think? The sky is falling on our heads. Well, it's unlikely, but, see a positive in things. That's all I can. Let's leave it like that before I get too deep and, change what was supposed to be a nice start to the evening. Anyway, so if we take a few moments just to take a few deep breaths, then just feel how the air, passes over your nostrils and enters the nose, goes up and around and down the windpipe. It separates into the left and right lung. It starts to fill the lungs from the bottom up. As the lungs expand, your chest expands. Feel your diaphragm, how it moves. And then when you have, you're taking a full breath, just hold it for a moment. Feel the sensation and gently relax and let the air go out without any force or any restriction, and just feel how the air just eases its way out the way it came in. And just take your time. Think about why you're here. What is it you want from the session today? Have you just come to love being here? 30 weeks has been a commitment. It seemed daunting to start with, but it has become a part of our weekly routine. Are you here because Lama Zopa advised you to do the practice? Are you here because you want to be more in a community setting, as much as we can with the technology right now? Are you here because you have someone in the family or a friend who has been taken ill or suffers through the effects of COVID? Maybe even you yourself has been directly affected. Physically, mentally, financially. As the Tibetans keep saying, if you can't fix a problem, why worry about it? Fix it. If you can't fix a problem, what use is worrying? Which brings us back to, seeing the opportunities. If you can't change the weather, what can you do? We can sit in, we can enjoy, snow falling and rough seas out of a window, sitting next to log fire. We can do craft, that sort of things, like we used to do. We have become so pressurized with so much social media, the constant availability on the phone. Only because we have mobile phones, people think we should answer 24/7. Just take a break, take time, look after yourself. Make sure you're all right. Whatever your motivation for being here today, you're most welcome. It's always nice to have you here. If you wouldn't see any benefit in it, you probably would have discontinued, following prayerathon by now. If you're joining us right now, even from a different faith, that's perfectly all right. As His Holiness Dalai Lama always says, you don't have to be Buddhist to benefit, from Buddhism. If there's something in the teaching that helps you in your everyday life, please take it. Make use of it. So let's, set the 3 levels of motivation. If you're starting the day, it's nice to set, a goal for the day. If you're halfway through the day, just check against those. And then at the end of the day, we can reflect on those. How did we do? How good were we? How often did we have to reset? If we do that more and more frequently, we find that, our efforts are rewarded and we have to reset less and less. But let's start with 3 levels of motivation. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit. I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. And when we say others, we mean others. We're not discriminating. We give help to those or benefit to those who we can help. We don't force these onto others. If a being is not ready to be helped, then there are matters that they need to be dealing with themselves first. But we can make ourselves available. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. Within those 3 levels of motivation, the emphasis is on body, speech, and mind. The root lies in the mind. Our thinking become words. Words become actions. If the origin of the thought is positive and good, our words will be, subsequently positive and good. and express themselves in the relevant actions. If you are angry, hostile in thought, our words and actions will be hostile and angry as well. And it's through those three, body, speech, and mind, that we have been kept in samsara for many, many, many lifetimes. And when a little bit later we recite the Mani mantra, we must remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind. Our actions of body, speech, and mind that have kept us in samsara. And we need to transform those. We need to transform those into the essence of the Guru by acquiring wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combine them in Hum to achieve the holy state of body, speech, and mind, also represented in Hum. And in the same way, we don't want to receive negative feedback from other sentient beings. Other sentient beings do not wish to receive that from our end either. All of us wish for a life that is free from suffering and filled with happiness and joy, long life and good health. And we should remember that those who we see as enemies may only be ones that we misunderstand, that we misinterpret their actions and words, because we fail to understand that within their mind there's suffering. Suffering that expresses itself outwardly in a hostile way, in an aggressive way, in a fearful way. And we can see that as an opportunity to practice patience and compassion, trying to understand the suffering of those beings. If you visualize in front of us now the Guru in the form of Thousand Armed Chenrezig, if you have the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the deity in front of you or above the crown of your head. If you're not familiar with the Guru deity, or you're from a different faith, or just follow a different spiritual path, just visualize what you associate the most, or which deity in your faith you associate the most with great love and compassion. Or universal love, whichever phrase you like. And as we see the Guru deity, we see how light emanates from his body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings in whatever realm they are. As we wish enlightenment to all those beings, we visualize them in human form. And the Guru's light enters those bodies through the crowns of their heads, filling them with purifying light nectar and love and compassion, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And we recognize that the Guru is love, unconditional love expressed in compassion and the willingness and wish to help all sentient beings. And as we feel the purifying essence of the body, of our bodies being filled each atom being cleansed in the space between those atoms. We can feel the benefit. We realize that the same is happening to all other sentient beings that have come into contact with the Guru. And recognizing those beings are mother beings of past lifetimes, this lifetime and all future lifetimes. In the same way we have been mothers to them over the 3 times. We call upon those mother sentient beings to join us and take refuge in the Guru deity. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru deity, the Guru is pleased and smiles upon us. And as the Guru smiles, the purifying action intensifies more and more and cleanses away more and more of the negative karma and delusions in our bodies. And as light fills our bodies, we begin to glow, and all the same happens to other sentient beings, near and far. And light radiates out of our body in all 10 directions, exchanging ourselves with other sentient beings and back with the Guru deity. As more and more of those sentient beings join us, darkness is dispelled more and more, the delusions and negative karma of past lifetimes, the cause of all suffering. And the brighter we shine, the easier it is to find for others in the darkness to find their way. And remembering that because of the actions of our body, speech, and mind, we have been kept in the darkness of suffering. When we recite the Mani Mantra now, we keep on visualizing how we carry on exchanging ourselves in form of light with the Guru and all other sentient beings. And if you wish to visualize it as a glorious sunrise, as the sun breaks across the horizon and then rises to its highest point, shining indiscriminately for all sentient beings, providing warmth, hope, peace, well-being. We chant the mantra several times out loud, and then for about 5-10 minutes on breath. Om Mani Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Having called upon all other sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the good deity, having acknowledged that the cause of our sufferings and the suffering that we have caused are due to the actions of our body, speech, and mind, having recited many mighty mantras and through the great love and compassion of the good deity, and having exchanged ourselves with all other sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now in a pure state, holding on to that pure state for at least the duration of the this particular prayer session. If we can beyond, if you're extremely skilled, for many lifetimes. May we now call upon the great Mother Tara to join us in our efforts to combat the pandemic. The recitation of the Tara mantra has been recommended by His Holiness. Tara, the great liberator, the great mother, will help us to overcome any obstacles that may be in our way. You know, those of mental or physical appearance. And when we recite the Tara mantra, recognize that, again, Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the deity, in this case, Tara. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tuttara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. Tura liberates us from all diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we visualize the Great Mother Tara in front of us, emerald green in color, and light radiating from our body. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings. And like a diligent mom, she comes to help us tidy up our room and environment. So we recite the mantra out loud a few times, and then one round of full mala on breath. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 Om Tare Tutare. Having purified ourselves, having cleansed the environment of any obstructions, may we now call upon the guardians to join us. We call upon Vajrapani as we recite the Vajrayana. Again, you know, if you listen to this for the first time, just visualize how you put on a protective suit and armor, you know, surgical gown. You want to look at it from a medical perspective in the current climate. And the armor does 2 things. It protects us from, you know, outer contamination. But in surgical terms, it also provides a barrier, you know, between us and the patient, so that if we haven't cleansed ourselves properly, if we're carrying something, you know, that we don't pass it on to the patient. So we can look at it twofold for the benefit of the armor in the current climate. So when you don this protective suit, you know, stand with pride, stand determined, stand tall. You know what you're going to do. We're going to recite, you know, in a short while the main prayer, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. You know, if you think from a surgical team, you set your mind straight. You make sure your environment is safe. You got the equipment you need. And now you have to focus. So it's really sort of, if you want to structure it in this way, you know, quite a logical order why we're reciting it in the order we do. So if we visualize in front of us ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani, his feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are admitted fire Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs. I don't know why I said blue. black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease and epidemics, spirit harms and interferes. And again, as His Holiness keeps reminding us, the destruction of the sentient being is not no benefit to the being, and our purpose is to have benefit, to sentient beings. We don't seek to destroy the being itself. We wish to destroy the causes that create negative thought, words, and actions, which keep that being in samsaric existence. So we don't really want to destroy the being itself. That's, we're trying to be compassionate. So recite the Vajra mantra 7 times out loud. So stand tall, face the, the pandemic, and stand strong. And remember, it's not just you and me reciting, there are many, many others, shoulder by shoulder, who face the wall of the pandemic as we start to get ready to push it back. Om Vajapedum Padmasvari Ped Nibashineganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajapedum Padmasvari Ped Nibashineganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajapedum Padmasvari Ped Nibashineganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajapedum Padmasvari Ped Nibashineganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajapedum Padmasvari Ped Nibashineganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajapedum Padmasvari Ped Nibashineganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajapedum Padmasvari Ped Nibashineganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Raksha Soha. Okay, having donned the protective suit, we also called upon Black Manjushri. And, what I forgot to say is, most people sometimes when they first hear about the wrathful deities and guardians and protectors, they think, oh, they're fierce looking. Do they do us any harm? No, they're just the wrathful aspect of compassion in many ways. Like a diligent mom smiling at you 1 minute, but, getting quite firm with you when you're trying to do something really silly, like jumping out of a window. She wouldn't just sit there smiling at you. So in that respect, when we see those facial expressions, so embrace them as what they are, diligent friends and family that are there to protect you from harm to yourself and, your actions from harming others. So we visualize Black Manjushri. He's wrathful, has 3 eyes. He has 2 hands, scripture in the left and a sword in the right. Is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire. And light emanates from his heart, pervading inside and outside our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstruction, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. I like to think of, Black Manjushri. So as your backup first aider, not when you go into the field, in the same theater, you have the surgeon, the assistants, the anaesthetist, the other specialists, the registrars, whoever, the trainees. There's so many involved, so don't feel like you're overdoing it here. So it's good to have an extra pair of hands and eyes, to keep the situation under control. Umtam chechu sudita sudumi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepisu. Umtam chechu sudita sudumi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepisu. Umtam chechu sudita sudumi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepisu. Umtam chechu sudita sudumi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepisu. Umtam chechu sudita sudumi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepisu. Umtam chechu sudita sudumi su ningula chakala jakam shantam bepisu. Having purified ourselves, having prepared, the area that we're dealing with, having cleared away all obstructions, having donned protective gear, having backup through Black Manjushri, we're now reciting the main prayer of the session, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer for the manifold sending beings. And as we recite this prayer, keep on visualizing that we are burning away the root causes, not just of this pandemic, but of all sources of suffering, although the pandemic is currently the most dominant and most popular aspect of suffering around the globe. So visualize how the sick are being restored to good health, how those who have passed beyond are reborn in favourable conditions, and how those who have been affected mentally, financially, socially, are given whatever wealth and help they need to restore themselves into a state of happiness and in a comfortable situation, so they can take care of themselves and all other sentient beings, those that are close to them, and then the wider community at large. Let's have a quick look. We should be able to get 7 recitations in. So yeah, if we do that. Oh, hello, Manda. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be pacified. And may the body and mind have raised in power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sons of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names deaf are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time, and really from the bottom of your heart, with the greatest love and compassion for all mother sentient beings, we recite this really now as the final cleanup, and keep visualizing how all the root causes for the pandemic have been destroyed, so that there's no reason for it to carry on existing, and how all those beings are being restored to whatever state they need to be in to be happy and free from suffering. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Having recited the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer now with the purest of intentions, may we see that collectively we have achieved sufficient merit to end this pandemic. But although you might cut the roots of a tree, there's still sufficient energy left within the tree for the branches to still, carry on having some leaves showing. So, and if we still see some efforts of the pandemic going around, we don't despair. We just carry on reciting these prayers until the effects of the pandemic have been totally neutralized and pacified. Or Lama Zopa tells us we've done enough. In the same way, antibiotics, you don't take one and hope for the best. You carry on taking them until you know that the infections or the illness that you're dealing with has been eradicated. So let's turn towards the dedication. I see the cavalry's already waiting in the wings. Okay. May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the ones who creates the causes for them to be free of suffering. And may we be the cause for them to be happy. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just those who attend the prayerathon, but the Sangha community around the world, who keeps the flame of Dharma alive through studying, teachings, leading classes in various ways. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they always be in the presence of a virtuous friend, in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the lay community who supports the Sangha, through efforts, by providing skill, service, finances, in whatever way the lay community supports, to ensure that Dharma centers are flourishing, teachings can take place, and charitable projects can be realized. May they all achieve enlightenment and live a life that is free from suffering and full of happiness. May they never be far from a virtuous friend in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to our precious teachers and gurus who held our hand when we didn't know where to walk first as we entered the path, who helped support us, gave us the direction that we needed at the time, who set us challenges to gain deeper understanding of the path, to stand on our 2 feet, and maybe to understand the path that we were walking on. May all our precious gurus live a long and healthy life, free from suffering and full of happiness. May they always achieve enlightenment and be our virtuous friend in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate in particular to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who is existing in exile, having brought the precious gift of Dharma to the West. His Holiness, a beacon of hope and compassion around the world, very much needed in this present time when there's so much turmoil. His Holiness always has advocated dialogue over violence, practicing compassion in the middle path. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we benefit from His presence for many, 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 many years to come in this life and all future lifetimes. May we see His Holiness one day be able to return to Tibet and see His people. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for having given us the opportunity to practice the Dharma engaging the practice of these prayers so that we may be of benefit to all sentient beings who have been suffering as part of the pandemic, making us engage with our own actions, connecting with the practices more, connecting with the community at large, connecting with all sentient beings. May Lama Zopa Rinpoche live a long and healthy life, and may we always benefit from his guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kwe shingandi pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengyu chi. Tup tsil shang jing yam gung gelwe Tenzing Kempelwe Kunzu Dokpo Tse Joksong Kewelek Munduru Padak Sok Duje Gundu Chapten Sho. Thank you, everybody who joined me in the session, either on Zoom, hello, Amanda, and or on YouTube. Whether you're watching it live or on the recording, may you benefit from these sessions. Thank you very much for everyone who's joined earlier sessions and is now joining. Venerable Fabio and his crew. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for continuing 30 weeks on to providing such a wonderful service in keeping us on air so that we can benefit, whoever is willing to listen to these sessions. Thank you very much indeed. And without further ado, Lars, I sent you a message after. You're too quiet for me this evening. Thank you. Even Amanda is laughing. Yeah, that's saying something. She knows what I'm talking about. Venerable Fabio, hello. How are you? Let me see. Did you bring the Rocksteady crew?
I like very much the Spanish crew. This is
hello, Paloma. How are you, Paloma? Hello, really, hello. It's so wonderful. I'm really chuffed. It's been a wonderful day, and it's nice to see some folk are coming back from retreats. Others are going again. How's the weather? Have you had any more earthquakes in Spain? Any more snow?
Now it's okay. Now it's okay, everything.
Oh, you mean?
Now is okay, everything for the moment.
Now that Guru Rinpoche has arrived, it stopped.
Now, yes, I am convinced that when he arrived at the statue, the quake began. So maybe there is some relation between and the earth.
You know why, don't you? You didn't bring the trumpets out.
I don't know. Maybe.
Fabio, I hand over to you and the crew. Love to you all, you know, wherever you are in the Spanish-speaking world, you know, welcome, hello. Lovely to see you all. Take care, Amanda, Lars. See you all. Love you all. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you everyone. Thank you Chenrezig Institute for organizing and hosting. You are doing a very nice job, amazing job. So thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Bueno, pues vamos con el segundo turno de recitación en español. Ya sabéis que el primero lo hace Venerable Paloma cada sábado de 10 a 10 y media. Iba a decir horas españolas, pero es que a esas horas me parece que ningún otro país se añade porque no es una hora como muy prudente. Yo tengo la hora estrella, la hora prime time, la del telediario, a las 9 de la noche, que es una hora buena para que la gente de México y de Colombia pues se añada, ¿no? Así es que a ellos, pues buenas tardes, porque me imagino que se estarán conectando ahora. Es increíble que podamos estar aquí, pues eso, acumulando tanto mérito, ¿no? Gracias a esta instrucción que nos hizo nuestro gurú, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de que nos reuniéramos y acumuláramos o pusiéramos nuestra gotita de arena, nuestro granito de arena para acumular mérito y a ver si cesa ya esta pandemia. Entonces, bueno, quiero saludar especialmente a Venerable Paloma, que está aquí, en primera línea, como siempre, apoyando, es increíble. Y a la gente que está en YouTube, pues también. Buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenos días, según donde estéis. Empezamos, como siempre, recordando la motivación, conectando con esa corriente, ¿no?, de motivación que se lleva generando durante horas por tanta gente en todo el mundo, con este recitatón de la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. Así es que por unos momentos pensamos en el sufrimiento de los seres, no solo a causa del coronavirus, sino todos los sufrimientos en general, enfermedades, dificultades económicas, problemas sociales, violencia. Necesidad de asilo, de refugio. Hay tanto sufrimiento. Por eso hemos de hacer algo. Por eso hemos de contribuir a tratar de aliviar todo ese sufrimiento. Así es que consideramos que esta práctica que cada sábado hacemos es nuestra contribución a ese fin. Piensa así, genera esa motivación de que vas a hacer esta práctica por el beneficio de todos los seres y en especial por aquellos que lo están pasando peor a causa de la pandemia. Ahora sí, pensamos en ellos, fallecidos, los que han dejado el cuerpo. Pedimos que obtengan un perfecto renacimiento humano. Los enfermos para que sanen muy pronto o al menos tengan una mente en paz, tranquila y puedan hacer frente a la enfermedad de manera serena. Los sanitarios que les están cuidando, o toda la gente que está cuidando a tantos enfermos para que sigan teniendo fuerza y energía. Vamos así incluyendo en nuestra motivación a todos los seres. Seres que podemos visualizar a nuestro alrededor. A nuestra derecha visualizamos a nuestro padre, a nuestra izquierda a nuestra madre. No importa si ya no viven o están lejos, ahora los traes al lugar en el que tú estás y los sientes muy cerca. A nuestra espalda situamos a los seres que sabemos que sentimos incluso aferramiento por ellos, ¿no? Que son seres que queremos muchísimo. Hermanos, familiares, amigos, hijos, nietos, incluso nuestros animales, reconociendo en ellos a seres que también buscan ser felices. Y frente a nosotros situamos a las personas o la persona que nos caen peor, aquellos con los que hemos tenido o estamos teniendo problemas, y tratamos de centrarnos en que son seres que también buscan ser felices, acierten o no, elijan el camino que elijan, consigan o no esa felicidad. Ese es su impulso fundamental, el ser felices. Nos centramos en eso y establecemos una conexión de corazón a corazón, de ser humano a ser humano, pasando por encima de diferencias, conflictos, discusiones. Y alrededor están todos los seres que componen el samsara. Hay tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Pero no importa, aquí recordamos siempre esas palabras de Rinpoche que nos dice que hemos de generar la actitud valiente del Bodhisattva y que tarde lo que tarde, cueste lo que cueste, yo voy a llevar a todos y cada uno de estos seres a la preciosa iluminación. Pensando así, genera esa motivación preciosa de la mente de la bodhicitta. Para recibir inspiración en nuestro corazón, visualizamos en el espacio frente a nosotros, sobre un loto, sol y luna, el aspecto de Chenrezig con el que te sientas más cómodo. 1000 brazos, 4 brazos, 2 brazos, sentado, de pie, como prefieras. Lo más importante es sentir que Chenrezig es la encarnación del resto de Budas, Bodhisattvas y sobre todo de nuestros maestros, de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de nuestros maestros personales. Que nos mira y nos sonríe. Su cuerpo desprende una luz infinitamente cálida que nos acoge, que nos envuelve con la energía amorosa de una madre o de un padre hacia su hijo pequeño. Igual que si has tenido la ocasión de estar cerca, por ejemplo, de su santidad o de Rinpoche, y sientes lo mismo, que te envuelve, que te mira hasta el fondo, pero con una compasión que te supera, que te abruma, que te derrite. Sientes lo mismo. Y sientes que también le pasa esto a todos los seres que te rodean, que visualizabas antes. Todos son envueltos en esa luz amorosa, infinitamente amorosa, que desprende el cuerpo de Avalokitesvara en el espacio frente a ti. Y dejas que tu mente descanse por unos momentos ahí. Sintiendo todo eso, te pones bajo la protección de las 3 joyas que están personificadas en Chenrezig con la oración del refugio que recitamos 3 veces. Todos los seres, también pensamos que la recitamos en nombre de los seres que tenemos alrededor, especialmente nuestros padres a ambos lados. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y lo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos que ya estamos bajo el abrigo, bajo la protección de Guru Chenrezig y del resto de Budas y Bodhisattvas, y lo mismo le sucede a todos los seres. Y visualizamos que de su sagrado cuerpo comienza a fluir luz y néctar en todas las direcciones del espacio, y que la esencia de esa luz y de ese néctar que sale por cada uno de sus poros es beneficio, y a cada ser le da lo que necesita, a ti, a mí, a todos los seres nos da exactamente lo que necesitamos. En especial nos concede todas las cualidades que emanan de Chenrezig: sabiduría, compasión, perdón, alegría, humildad, la mente que erradica el aferramiento al yo. Meditamos así mientras recitamos el mantra y sentimos que la vibración del mantra refuerza el poder de esa luz y de ese néctar purificador. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Pensando que recitas el nombre de todos los seres que te rodean, y si la tienes mirando una imagen de vez en cuando del Mahasida Thangtong Gyalpo, hacemos las recitaciones de la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Ofrecemos esta recitación por todas las personas y seres fallecidos, no solo a causa de la pandemia, sino de cualquier otra enfermedad o motivo, y puedan ser conducidos a la tierra pura de Chenrezig y alcanzar la iluminación muy rápidamente. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Nos acordamos en esta ocasión de todos los enfermos que están en sus casas, en hospitales, para que recobren la salud, para que tengan una mente firme, fuerte, estable, serena. También por las personas que les cuidan, para que tengan energía y fuerza. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu, en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, o por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Pensamos ahora en las personas que se ven afectadas por el desequilibrio de los elementos que conforman el universo, tierra, agua, fuego y viento. Puedan estos elementos estar en armonía, que puedan cesar todo tipo de desastres naturales como terremotos, inundaciones, fuegos, y puedan los seres que se han visto afectados por ellas, por esos desastres, alcanzar también un perfecto renacimiento humano, verse libres de esas adversidades. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las tres joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Visualizamos que por la fuerza de nuestras plegarias, Chenrezig se disuelve en luz y se absorben todos y cada uno de nosotros, nuestros padres, seres queridos detrás, los que eran enemigos delante y el resto de seres alrededor, colmándonos de bendiciones, de paz, de cualidades, en especial de sabiduría y compasión, la sabiduría que realiza que la mente, que el yo que existe inherentemente no existe. Es una falacia, es una creación de la ignorancia. Pedimos de corazón que nuestros maestros estén con nosotros muchos años hasta el fin del samsara. Y pedimos esto con la oración de larga vida de su santidad el Dalai Lama. Jite gemen kandir pende mahaluba gale hejuwe sampele disino kadri insume Ensingyachola Solva Deso Tu Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que podamos ir a sus enseñanzas muy pronto de manera presencial y recibir su inspiración y sus bendiciones directamente. Tutul chamsim jangong yelwe tehen singyon pelwe kun sodok se Josum kurwele montudu ahata sotu jegondu satejo. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza, realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Les dedicamos los méritos, los que estáis conectados, pensáis en todas las personas fallecidas, enfermas o en dificultades por los que queréis dedicar y con mucha fuerza pensáis en ellos y les dedicáis vuestros méritos. Y Venerable Paloma, por favor, si quieres hacer una dedicación por algo en especial.
Pues que todos podamos realmente, aunque vamos a dedicar ahora por la bodichita, que podamos desarrollar un buen corazón, que siempre admiremos la preciosa mente de la bodichita y la compasión, que no nos desanimemos ni nos acobardemos en fortalecernos en el camino de los bodhisattvas, y también dedicamos para que todos los seres puedan tener todas las condiciones favorables, tanto para la felicidad temporal como para la felicidad última de la liberación y la iluminación.
Gracias. Yo especialmente quiero dedicar hoy, creo que fue la sesión pasada o la anterior, no me acuerdo, que dediqué y pedí que se dedicaran por los monjes sigueses de la comunidad de Rusia.
El que ha fallecido, es verdad.
Ha fallecido Gyalpo Yampa, entonces me gustaría dedicar muy especialmente por él, ¿no? Y por todas las personas afectadas. Este era Gyalpo Yampa. Él era uno de los yeses senior, digamos, veteranos de la comunidad de Kalmykia. Nos dedicamos por él. Y aún así hay bastantes monjes más enfermos. Entonces esperemos que no vaya más. Dewari Nyududa Lama Sangye Duyune Drowachi Kyan Malupa Deji Salago Pazu Chanchu Sentori Tote Mage Panam Ge Yuti Ye Wanyam Pame Padi Gone Gondu Pelwazo. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Tenda la.
Hello, Fabio, Venerable Paloma.
How are you?
Brother, sister, how are you?
¿Cómo está?
Fine. At
Good.
home.
Who was the Lama where you did prayers for? Is you just 1 minute ago you put a photo.
El Lama, Fabio.
Yes, he was Geshe Jampa from Kalmykia because he passed away a few days ago.
Ah.
He's one of the senior Geshes of the Kalmykian community.
Ah.
When Rinpoche led the Mani retreat 2 years ago, no, 2 years ago, Geshe-la was there and was organizing and helping. He was really, really kind, very kind. And he passed away.
Last week?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
COVID,
yeah. And I think last year there was also one of the highest lamas there also already died with COVID last year. Huh? So
it's true, from the main lama from Buryatia.
Ah.
Yes. Yeah, it's terrible there. Yeah.
Yes. Not good that we do these prayers. Thank you so much. Any news from Spain?
Not for the moment. No earthquake. It's no rain. For the moment, it's okay. Everything
good. No news is good news sometimes.
Yeah.
There's no COVID in the communities, so that's the
And in Nalanda is okay also?
Yes, also very okay. Yes, we are here still with 60, 70. It's really a miracle.
Yeah.
There's official social distancing, but of course it's like a village. You forget often. It's just one big family.
Yes.
And we try with eating, with the dinners and lunch to keep distance, and common prayers we do a little bit with mask, but of course many times people just talk very close to each other. We are so close to each other, and still no COVID pandemic here, so we are very fortunate.
Amazing. It's the power of prayers.
Yeah, and Tara and protect us.
Yeah.
Okay, very nice. Tendar, I'm curious, which is the collection of books you have behind you?
I think that's a Tangyur. Yeah. Yes, in book form. Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm in the library. That's why.
Yeah. Because of that, I say.
Very typical library. Very stylish.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay.
Hola. See you next time.
See you.
Ciao,
Take care.
ciao.
Bye.
Be safe.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, or good night, or good morning, or good afternoon, depending on where you're listening from. Here in France, it's late evening, 9:30. So I'm very happy, everyone who listens, to do this prayer and practice together for the welfare of all sentient beings, and in particular for everyone who needs support with their health. So for everyone who is a victim of this COVID pandemic, we do this at the request of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So with this prayer, we really make our life very meaningful. And so we can shortly reflect on how relative it is that we call people friend or neutral, where we have no feelings towards, and enemies, because in our life things can change the whole time. So neutral people can become friends, neutral people can so-called become enemies, enemies become friends, friends become enemies. So it's so relative, and we had more lives, and many people we had been very close. Well, we cannot remember that anymore, but many people who we felt very close and to whom we should be very thankful, because we received a lot of happiness due to them. And they might have now COVID, might be in a hospital, might be in the process of dying, might just have died and looking for a new rebirth, are, due to the COVID situation, they face very difficult social or emotional problems or financial problems. So for all these people, we do this practice here. Yeah, so if you watch by YouTube, you can find the links towards the text under the screen. So there's the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, translated by Gelong Thupten Sutri, liberating Shakya from disease, because in the past this prayer has been worked very strongly to save a monastery. So it's very simple practice, just with the motivation. We set a motivation, then we do a lot of mantras where we do a set of visualization. Then we do very strong wish fulfilling prayers, and at the end we do a dedication. That's the 4 main steps. So for the motivation, you can visualize all the sentient beings around you. In general, it suffices to visualize all the males on the right side, all the females on the left side, enemies in front of you, friends behind you. Then in front of you, you can visualize Guru Chenrezig, our Guru, in a Buddha form. So our Guru is actually Chenrezig. He has all the good qualities, has gone the path completely, has subdued his or her own mind completely. Everyone who makes contact with Chenrezig or opens up gets support. Guru Chenrezig, we can visualize as 4-armed, sits in lotus position in front of you. Has in his arms a jewel. It's very bright and beautiful looking. Has a very sweet, gentle smile. And a smile of love and acceptance of us. So we can visualize that all sentient beings are around us, and when we do this prayer, that they all go for refuge, because they all look for eternal happiness, for the big happiness. So here's the prayer, motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we come to the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So this benefits all sentient beings who are around us, and all sentient beings from all 10 directions. So also all the animals in human form and other living creatures from other realms in human form. They are all around us. If you have an initiation, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig and do the mantra visualization from there. Otherwise, you can visualize the Buddha in front of you or at the top of your head, looking in the same direction as you are looking. And from there, you can visualize that with Om Mani Padme Hum from the heart of the Buddha is on the sun cushion. Is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. It goes in circles and sends out light and nectar to all sentient beings. So all sentient beings get purification and get what they need. Is it protection they need? They get protection. Chenrezig helps in all kinds of forms. They are hungry, and they receive food. So visualize very strongly that these rays of nectar purifies the karma of sentient beings and that they get what they are looking for. So we can recite a few times together and then we can recite individually. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Buddha, who has this big compassion, love and compassion for all sentient beings. He's always willing to reach out. If the opportunity is there, if the causes and conditions are there. That many people suffer mainly through their past actions, their ignorance in their mind, the obscurations in their minds, and the disturbing emotions in their mind, through the ignorance of grasping to a concrete inherent self. Well, they have also the Buddha potential at the same time, but they have no access due to these strong tendencies, actions from the past, ignorance, disturbing emotions. They suffer so much. So we can visualize it. We as Guru Chenrezig or Buddha Chenrezig, or we as helper from Guru Chenrezig send out all these lights. The light goes out from the heart of the Buddha to reaches all sentient beings, touches all sentient beings, causes this purification. Then the energy comes back to you. It's a kind of flow. It's kind of giving, and then it comes back to you and goes again from your heart. So the whole time kind of giving and taking. Oh, my God. Oh, mani peme hum. And you find in the prayer text, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do this prayer a few times more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of certain beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and their three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One time more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed like acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and their three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we're going here now to the dedication verses. And there's a link at YouTube below to the dedications. So in the first place, we want to dedicate the positive energy we created by this practice and to actualize and the two most wanted qualities, bodhicitta and emptiness. We want to become wise, and we want to develop our big love and compassion for other sentient beings in order to become Buddha. So first, the prayer to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious, supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Same for to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence and cause and effect and dependent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. So one time more, so it's such a nice verse. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence and cause and effect and dependent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. We dedicate our positive energy for all the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And to meet a perfect guru in all our lifetimes, because in order to be very effective in helping other sentient beings, we need to develop the best qualities. And so we need a guru in our life to make this come about, because the other forces are also very strong. So we need strong guidance in our life. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Ajahn. We need teachings, and the lineage of Lama Tsongkhapa is unbetraying, so we need to make some dedication for Lama Tsongkhapa, wherever he is, and whoever he manifests to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Then may we be able to meet, practice, and actualize these teachings. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losam Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, who has a brave at heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And then this is very popular by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, because it really expresses our big love and compassion and commitment if we make this prayer sincerely and often. It's to always be used by sentient beings. Like the earth, water, fire and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. Hey, it's difficult to grasp. Like the earth, water, fire, wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. And to hold all sentient beings as precious, may I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. And then this verse, it's slightly different, but it's the most favorite verse of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Of course, he is already Buddha and manifests this prayer. So it's to abide in samsara for sentient beings. So even if you reach personal enlightenment, birth of liberation, most expressed as liberation, a state that we are beyond our disturbing emotions, that we still want to come back again and again and again until everyone has reached enlightenment. This is one of the most favorite verses of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And wanting to be wish-fulfilling for others, may become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. So we skip this is also Lama Zopa Rinpoche often dedicates for any sentient being who sees me, etc., to be free from suffering and experience every happiness by merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me. May all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. To seal with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty from existence from its own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from my own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So we dedicate finally to the long life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all our other teachers. May all the wishes of the holy beings be fulfilled. May we be always able to fulfill their wishes and be of servants to them and to all other sentient beings. with unbiased love and compassion, generosity, and so forth. So, so may His Holiness Dalai Lama, all his wishes be fulfilled also for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May they travel wherever they want. May they be able to go to Tibet again when they want. And anyway, may all sentient beings be happy and reach enlightenment quickly without any second. Thank you so much for being with us, doing prayers with us. It's a very special time, this Losar time, so all the karma is very strong. And yeah, I don't know, like I think Venerable Losang is after me.
Thank you, Venerable Tender.
I'm still muted.
Oh, you're still muted. Hey, Chenrezig Institute. Hello, Venerable.
Good evening.
I forgot your name. I know that you're from Slovakia, but I forgot your name.
Kumpen, no problem.
Nice to see you. Hello.
Nice to see you.
Hello, Losang. How are you?
I'm fine. Hello, Venerable Tendar.
Yes, you are better again. You were
Hello,
sick, huh?
Yeah, but I'm okay again.
Yes.
Thanks to all the prayers and the pujas and the good thoughts, and so
nice to see you again.
Yeah, beautiful behind you. Is this in the Bern Center?
It's in the Bern Gompa, yeah.
Ah, beautiful. So spacious, and it's all taras behind you.
Yeah, it's the 21. Well, it's 21 taras and the Buddha, and then I don't know if you can see the stack of kapse that we have for Losar.
Ah, yeah, yes.
Just next to the Buddha, because we have Tibetans living in Switzerland. And so they finally, before it was always difficult to get kapse because, you know, when they live in the West, they go like, oh, no, I'm not making anymore because it smells bad. And, you know, the oil. I tell you, the Gompa smells like McDonald's, actually. So, but now, because there's many of them are refugees and they have the permission to stay, but they don't have the permission to work.
Ah.
Because they don't want them to stay permanently, but they can't send them back either. So they live on very little money. But now they made an association where you can buy tampa, kapse, you know, these kind of things. So it allows them to earn some money. And for us, it's great because then we have a real Losar altar. So, you know, all the traditional things on it. So it's nice.
Wow, I rejoice. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. See you next time.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Ciao, so see you next time. For you, it's night. Eh? What time is it for you now?
Now it's 7:04.
7:04. Oh.
Yes. Okay. Morning.
Thank you so much for the service. Oh, yes. Very kind.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
See you next time.
Thank you, Venerable Tender. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, Venerable Kumpan La. So how are you?
Venerable Sangha. Very well, thank you.
Okay. Is it
how
hot?
are you?
I'm fine. Is it hot in Australia or is it?
Not too hot. No.
Not too hot.
No.
Okay.
It's getting colder now, slowly. Yeah.
Summer
Still
is
a little humid.
Yeah. Okay. Not so nice.
And how is there in Switzerland?
Well, like spring, actually. I mean, everybody was outside today and we had like below zero the last maybe week. But since 2 days, it's like, you know, blue sky and about 15 degrees and nature is waking up. People are waking up. Everybody's happy, you know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Oh, that's good. And nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too, always. You're so how to say, you're so jolly, you're so pleasant to look at.
Thank you.
With this beautiful smile that you have.
Thank you.
You just I think you just open people's hearts. Just by being the way you are.
Thank you, Venerable Sangha.
No, it's not. Thank you. This is how it is. What to say? Okay. So did you? Yeah, you gave me the screen. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kumpen. Okay, so what we will do we will, of course, do the practice of Thangtong Gyalpo, which starts with the Chenrezig practice. So what I was doing the last few times, and I think I'm going to keep doing it like this, because, you know, before I was always kind of thinking, oh, what kind of prayer shall we do before? Something that is inspiring. But then I came across this request to Chenrezig, and I thought that fits really, really well. So that when we that we will recite before we recite the mantra. Okay, but so first is refuge. So then again, you know, it's quite good to, when you hear the word refuge, when you think, okay, I am a Buddhist, what does it mean for me? Is the word refuge giving me the emotion that it should give me, meaning here I'm safe, or at least I'm going into a safe direction? Also really understanding samsara, really understanding our situation, really understanding also that we have the potential not to suffer, and the urge, kind of wanting to be able to live our potential of, like the Buddha, of uninterruptedly, spontaneously, effortlessly, just tirelessly work for the welfare of all sentient beings, which then, you know, then a mind with these kind of developed potential, it really makes a lot of sense to be present. And I think all we have to do is look at His Holiness Dalai Lama, that we have seen so many times lately also, and just to see, you know, he must have, the burden that he carries must be so heavy, but when you look at him, he's always so light, and he's so calm, and he's so totally present. And so then when we see that we think, wow, you know, it's through these methods that one then becomes such a really extraordinary being. So like this, and then also when we take refuge, so this time, because we're going to do Chenrezig practice, so you can visualize in the space in front of you, Chenrezig, either four-armed, or if you're more familiar with the 1,000-armed, 11-headed one, standing on a lotus and a moon disc. And it's a transparent body, so it's body of light. In his heart is a moon disc, around that the syllables of the mantra, and in the middle with the syllable Kri. That we think, you know, especially if you think about His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that they say, the Tibetans, it's not just that they say, but they are totally convinced that he is a manifestation of the Buddha of compassion, of Chenrezig. So you can mix or unify His Holiness Dalai Lama with Chenrezig, for example, or with your guru, because ultimately, like all, the guru is all the Buddhas are all the gurus. So you can, when we just, I mean, this is for me, maybe for you it's not like that. But when I just visualize like Chenrezig or Tara, Medicine Buddha, or other deities, yeah, you know, after 30 years of visualization, then the visualization can be quite clear, but there's not much connection. There's not much, my heart is not really spontaneously open. But then when I visualize my guru next to that deity, then something happens. Then there is connection, there's gratitude, there's joy. So maybe you can try this if you've never tried it before, because yes, we do say the Buddha, or like in this case, Chenrezig is the guru. But then if you actually visualize the guru, your guru in his or her human form next to the deity that you're visualizing, and then you look at your heart, you look at your mind, thinking about the guru, and everything is there that we want. Devotion, happiness, connection, feeling safe, protected, supported, being accepted, cared for. So then you can just slowly let the guru in his human form melt into that light body of Chenrezig. So then there is this unification. And you can think, okay, you know, the guru to me appears like a human being, but in actuality, it is Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, who through the power of his practiced for eons and eons and eons, he has developed his mind fully and therefore is a safe refuge. And then we're not just doing this for us. Like again, you know, we look at all around us, surrounded by countless sentient beings. They're also, in order maybe to get a feeling for that, just think that you take away all the walls, the houses, the trees, the forests, the mountains, everything becomes flat with no obstructions. And then we can see just on this planet, there's numberless sentient beings. So we really widen the mind, and to see and to understand, I'm never alone. First of all, the Guru, the Buddhas are always here with me. Secondly, I'm constantly surrounded by all these sentient beings that actually I can see with my very eyes, but then there's also, you know, the hell realms, there's the hungry ghosts, there's the demigods and the gods, and even beings in form and formless realms, and the bardo beings that I can't perceive. So, you know, also on the other hand, I make very often quite a big fuss about myself. And if I see myself in that mass of beings, then I go, wow, you know, maybe I'm not so important as I think. That I'm just a being like them, not wanting to suffer, wanting happiness, not wanting to be harmed, only wanting to be helped. So we totally open up our heart and we think, I want to become like the Guru, I want to become like Chenrezig, and I want to have the skills in order to lead them to a state which is free from being under the control of negative emotions, and to a state where one has the skills, the love, the compassion, the wisdom to lead other beings to that state as well. And then especially the trust in our own innate good heart, in our own innate wisdom that we have, and in our own innate spaciousness, which is the Dharmakaya, that we know all I have to do is to get rid of the hindrances in order to be able to live that potential. So all sentient beings are around us. If you want, your father is at your right side, your mom is at your left side. In front of you, the beings that have a problem with you or you have a problem with them. Behind us, friends and family, people that we feel comfortable with. And then around us are all these other beings that we don't actually need to visualize. They are there. It's just that we can't see them because they're hidden by walls and houses or forests or, you know, mountains. So we feel totally connected to all these beings by just being, you know, one family, all the same, not wanting to suffer, but are suffering because why? Because of wrong views. And all having that potential to become enlightened. And how do we do that? Who can lead us there? Is the Guru and the Triple Gem in which we take refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So Guru Chenrezig remains in the space in front of us until we recite these requests. Just a sec. So it's by Dharma King Thangtong Gyalpo and translated by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And so the short kind of explanation is, if you keep Compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. So we can stop being afraid. Just need to take refuge, just need to connect our own Buddha nature with the fully enlightened mind of Chenrezig. So first request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you, then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart of cherishing others. So you think, Chenrezig is in the space in front, it's your guru, it's His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and you think you're talking to him. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friend, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknowing baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. Then we can think that Chenrezig, out of compassion, actually comes to the crown of my head, melts into light, and through my central channel, absorbs into my clear, light, subtle mind. I dissolve all my 5 impure aggregates. Whatever I think I am at the moment totally dissolves because just an illusion. And then out of compassion, in order to be able to guide others to the state, which is free from all suffering and causes of suffering, you visualize yourself arising as Arya Chenrezig in your heart, a moon disk, top of it, syllable 3, around it, the 6 syllables of the mantra. And then from this seed syllable, the mantra, in a very bright light, kind of shines, filling your whole body, even though it's already a body of light, but still makes it very bright, very shiny, And then, like the sun kind of sends the light rays in all directions, we sent these light rays with a small Arya Avalokiteshvara at each tip so that it can touch each and every sentient being, and especially because of the pandemic, all the people who are suffering directly, people who are sick, people who have died so that they have help through the bardo, the relatives who have lost dear ones, and some people are totally overworked because they work in the health system. Then all the beings who suffer financially, emotionally, of loneliness, all the beings who are just insecure and afraid, and maybe their only refuge was kind of pleasures, and now most of it they cannot do, then they start to get depressed. And so we see that everybody kind of gets help, support, relief from the suffering, from whatever they suffer. But then we also send it to all other sentient beings as we chant the mantra, when the light, which Chenrezig touches them, then all the beings immediately transform into Arya Chenrezig. No mani pemme om 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 mani padme hum. 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 And then, because we're surrounded by, millions, trillions of Avalokiteshvaras, it's actually, and we're very happy to think we have led everybody into that state. But then, because we don't believe it so much, then we think that all these little Avalokiteshvaras, they all come back, absorb back into our body, into the silver Shri at our heart chakra. And again, we feel blessed, supported, protected, and so we can nourish our Buddha nature so that it can grow very, very quickly. And then with that kind of self-confidence, we recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, being totally convinced that it makes a difference, because I said I was sick, and I am sure that I recovered really quick, because I was quite sick for 4 days, but then all of a sudden it started to get really better quite quickly. And I'm convinced that it's also due to the prayers and the pujas that people were making. So it definitely works. So we say this with, not just, oh, okay, I'm going to recite it, but this, otherwise, what are we going to do? But this we can do. We can really recite the prayer with a lot of confidence that I am dedicating, reciting this prayer. This is my contribution to help the situation, be it for these people who are sick, be it for the people in the health system, or people who suffer like, financial problems, depression, fear, and so on. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then again, we visualize the pandemic disappears, people recover, and maybe they recover with a good heart, understanding from the suffering that it's better to do things together than to do them alone. Oops, I see that I'm a bit late here. So then we do the dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Then we think of His Holiness Dalai Lama, wish him from the bottom of our hearts a long, stable, healthy life, and that we meet him again and again and again until we ourselves reach the state of full awakening. Chiten kandie pende malu pagale chunwe sampel yishin nor kajin chume tensing yatsola sawadep so sho. Then for his wishes to be fulfilled, Tanyanin cheson to shope nam se che kanchen ten chana pe moten singyato la sawadepso sheten lunjusho. Then for Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and all other teachers who are showing us the path to full awakening. No tu tsu shan xin chang gen gyewe ten jing kyang pe we kun tsu to por tse cho so kor we le mun tu ju pa da so tu che Ganto Shabten Sho. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May these, what we just said, may these words finally and very quickly become realizations and not just words. May we finally start to believe that we're not an individual in this world, but that we are connected to everything which is connected to our mind. Thank you very much. Hello, Venerable Damchu.
Hello, Venerable Losang. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, look. I mean, I'm glad you're back.
Yeah.
I know. So it's lovely to have you back on the team. And what? Have I jumped into queue somewhere?
Huh?
Oh, I just heard Chenrezig whispering in the background, Damchu.
Good evening, Venerable Damcho.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, this is hilarious. I think it's, this is the wonderful thing. If you think about, when we started, the transitions that were really, everyone, how we started, everybody was sort of on tender hooks by handover, and now it's such a wonderful community feel,
Yeah, right.
So,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Because when I sign up, I don't see who is before me, who is after me, so I don't really choose.
Yeah.
Because, I just look into the calendar, and then you get this surprise of having, people that I haven't seen for a long time. For example, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that is the thing. I mean, it's when we had so many people on retreat, and I was sort of covering different time slots to what I sometimes normally would do. It was really nice because it's so easy to stick to your time zone. You go like, I can go an hour later to bed, and you just to make these connections. It's just a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Yeah.
30 weeks in. But what I did particularly like is your own experience when you sort of refer to, the prayers that you felt they helped you when you weren't feeling well, and the dedications.
Yeah,
and that is really, that is the truth. I mean, we know that, the power of believing in a prayer and the, positive acknowledging of a situation, positive outlook is a good healing process in health service. So it was really nice you mentioned that. So
because it was, I wouldn't even dare to tell that people are not Buddhist, because it sounds like a miracle. I was really bad for 4 days.
Yeah.
And then somehow all the pujas, like the Israelis, then the people in French part of Switzerland, and some other people, they did it all on Saturday evening, which was the 4th day of being sick. And then Sunday it started to get better, and quite rapidly. So definitely.
Yeah, there's more to these things than, a lot of people want to believe. A friend of mine who I spent many years nursing with, she went into complementary therapies. And, some of it was she went like, but she had a very scientific mind to it. Right. And she said, I give that a go. And even she was surprised, how certain things we perceive sort of as a little bit of like, oh, just wave your hands, but how there actually can be stuff happening. Right. And that's important thing, that connection, that trust. Exactly. That we have to place. It's no point, as you said, it's no point just sitting here reciting. As Candrela often said, a bird can sit still on a tree. That's not meditation.
Yeah. Yeah, I just feel that, one feels so useless and powerless, but this is something you can always do.
Yeah.
And then you stop feeling useless and powerless, and then you react, kind of, how to say, then whatever you do has much more power anyway. So, because feeling useless and powerless is not really
it keeps us down, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just saps your energy, and that's it. And
it's something Venerable Barry he posted this morning, and it was really inspiring when I sort of opened up and saw his post first thing, and he sort of said, we can be very drained right now with everything. It's like feeling stuck in the mud, and it's really effort to get out of the mud. But that's the time to refocus the energies, and come out and rearrange your life and rearrange your mind and do stuff and be positive about stuff and use that energy to transform. So all going well, eh? But it's lovely seeing you, Venerable Losang.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see you too. So good. So I leave you to the practice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, especially you guys who work so hard, to get us to get us together and to make the plans, and you with the taking care of the internet and the streaming and everything. Thank you so much. I mean, it's amazing.
It's a big team, big team, big team.
Yeah, still, you know,
Still,
but you're
you know.
part of this big team. There is no big team apart from the members of the team. So, yeah, so no team. Where is the big team? Doesn't you look for it in the members? You don't find the team, but you find the members.
I know.
Okay, great. Take care, everybody.
Okay,
Stay
take care.
healthy.
Lots of love.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Venerable Losang. Venerable Yunton.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
it
Venerable
is. Yes. From all that a blank here. No, it's wonderful to have you on board again. You know, as Venerable Losang said, it's important. You know, and it's the side that makes up the team from this end. You know, the people see us on screen, but they don't always see what's happening behind. And you know, you might see the person, but you don't necessarily see the heart. Yet the heart has a great function to take care, you know, or the brain, you know, to keep it all going. So thank you very much. And
thank you.
Anybody who's listening right now is on YouTube or Zoom is with us. Please stay on afterwards. We have Geshe Tenle, and it's his final appearance, sadly, for the duration. So if you want to stay on, it's a visual treat, not a visual treat. Well, he's a nice chap, and he has a nice background usually, and he has a very strong connection with the Tara practice. So please, everyone, if you're still watching, stay on. It will be far more interesting than listening to me, to be honest. But anyway, thanks for hanging on anyway. Venerable, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody over at Chenrezig Institute. I better crack on. I don't want to eat too much into Geshe Tenle's time. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so this is just going to be a sweet short session. And but it's nice that you know, you out there also see how we strike our connections, not just with you, the viewers who take part, you know, from wherever you are. You might be in your home, you may be traveling, you may be in a hotel right now, you may be in one of those isolation, you know, centers because of travel. So thank you very much for taking the time out and connecting with us and making a connection with the community at large. And it's also nice, you know, to have these different connections around the world from a community point of view. So thank you very much indeed. So if you just take a moment to take a few deep breaths. If we consider, you know, our motivations, why we're here. And as we're here as part of a wider community, I do like to recite a few verses from the King of Prayers, because I think they sum it all up, really, you know, why we're here as practitioners, you know, acknowledge the community at large, acknowledge the teachers, and the striving for bodhicitta. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening, and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If you visualize in front of us our Guru in the form of Chenrezig. And if you had initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just hold the image of Chenrezig in front of you. If you're following us from any other creed or spiritual line, just visualize whatever you associate the closest with love and compassion in front of you, above the crown of your head. If you visualize, our light emanates from the Guru in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, wherever they are, whatever realm they're in. As we wish them to achieve enlightenment, we tend to visualize all sentient beings of all realms as human beings. And light of the Guru enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light essence, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, cleaning every single atom of their being and the space between those atoms, burning away all root seeds of the afflictions and suffering that has been caused through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. And we recognize all these sentient beings as our mother sentient beings who have been mothers to us of past lifetimes, this lifetime, and will be so in future lifetimes. Likewise, we have been mothers to them and will be in future. None of us wants to suffer. We all want happiness and joy and a life free from suffering. And by recognizing this, we call upon those sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru deity. And as we call upon them, visualize how as you call for them, more and more sentient beings are joining you in approaching the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru is pleased. And the Guru smiles upon us. And as he smiles, the intensity of the purifying action increases. But we can feel how light clears more and more of that negative karma and delusion from our bodies and every single atom. And we start to glow. And we're filling up with all that loving light and compassion that the Guru shares with us, the purity, the essence of the Guru. And light emanates from our bodies in all 10 directions, and exchanging ourselves with the Guru deity and all other sentient beings, sharing love and compassion, purifying away all negative karma and delusions surrounding us. And as more and more sentient beings join us, we dispel more and more of the darkness that surrounds us, the darkness of negative karma and delusions and afflictions of the mind. And as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing the exchange of light between ourselves and other sentient beings, how we dissolve into the light and become one with all sentient beings and the Guru deity, one source of love and compassion, one mind stream. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged that the suffering that we have caused to ourselves and others is down to the actions of our body, speech, and mind, having taken refuge in the Guru deity and having exchanged ourselves with all other sentient beings and reciting the Mani mantra, may we visualize ourselves now as purified from past negative karma and delusions. And we're holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least for the duration of these prayers, so that we can be of maximum benefit to all sentient beings. If you're very skilled, we may be holding on for the rest of the week, months, year. If you're very, very accomplished for many, 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 many lifetimes, most of us would struggle for many lifetimes at this point, but we must not despair. As Aristotle says, we are what we repeatedly do. Accident then is not an act, but a habit. So by carrying on reciting and doing good deeds and practicing compassion, it will become easier to be naturally compassionate to all sentient beings, show an unconditional love to each and every being, whatever realm, whatever their appearance. We're going to recite the main prayer 3 times, and as we recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, maybe visualize how by reciting this prayer, all root causes of the pandemic, all the seeds are being burned, and the pandemic being pushed away, and all the negative effects of the pandemic are being reversed. Those who have been sick may be restored to good health. Those who have passed beyond, may they achieve a fortunate rebirth. Those who have suffered, financial hardship, mental hardships, social implications because of uncertainties of money and job and everything else, may they be given whatever wealth is required to reinstate themselves into a situation where they can enjoy life, be happy and free from suffering and its causes. May all diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasp, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the midst, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sons of whose names there are beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time, really, from the depth of your heart, with the purest of intentions and with the compassion for all sentient beings, keep on visualizing how all root causes of all sufferings are being burned, and how we are destroying the cause of suffering and suffering itself. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we maybe visualize now that the pandemic has ceased. And if we have recited truthfully, honestly, correctly, and if our collective karma and merit is strong enough, then we hopefully will see that the pandemic has ceased. But if we still find there are pockets of the pandemic, we carry on reciting these prayers in the same way we would take medication, like an antibiotic, until the infection and the bug is taken care of. But we also must recognize that, healing process is happening. We have many more vaccinations right now than we had a year ago. A year ago, we didn't know whether we could get a vaccination program. Programs are being rolled out across the world. Treatment options are better. Yes. We see still there are, some effects maybe happening around us. And we go like, what's the point? But you may cut a tree by its roots, and when it falls, if there's enough sap left in it, the leaves will still survive for quite a while. So why should we treat this pandemic in a different way? So see what you actually have achieved. If you destroy the seed causes of suffering. Do the dedications. Let's do the dedications. Let's make dedications. That's what there you go. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all Sangha around the world, for their commitment to studying the Dharma, teaching at centers and other places, for engaging in intensive study, particularly those who have been fortunate to be at the monastic seats of our traditions, Sarah and Sajay, Sarah May, Gandon, and these wonderful seeds of learning. May they all have long and healthy lives and always be in the presence of a virtuous friend in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible so they may benefit more and more sentient beings. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the lay community supporting the Sangha in all their aspects of keeping centers running, supporting the projects with skill, advice, and finances at time, so that all these wonderful projects can take fruition and benefit all sentient beings. May they all have long and healthy lives and always be happy and free from suffering, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and never be far from a virtuous friend in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the precious gurus and teachers that we had over all these years, those who guided us in the early stages when we didn't quite know what the path was, gave us instructions, simple instructions, grew our confidence and never, failed to encourage us to take the path and follow the directions. May all our virtuous teachers and friends be our friends in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may they always, always, be blessed with the Dharma. May we particularly dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, whose presence in exile has brought the Dharma to the West, a precious gift to us all. May we benefit from his wisdom and great compassion, and may we follow his advice to seek dialogue over violence. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may one day be able to return to his people in Tibet. May His Holiness live a long and healthy life. May we always be blessed to be in his presence and to receive his teaching in this and all future lifetimes. Lama Zopa Rinpoche fervent tasks us with his wonderful prayers and the opportunity to put the Dharma into practice on a larger scale, to be of active benefit to all sentient beings and connect with the Sangha across the world. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life, and may all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we always be blessed with his presence and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of these 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Just the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe shinkandi pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengyu chi. Tübzür shangxing yam gun gelwe tenzing gun pelwe kunzu dokpo tse chuksum kewe leng mun tudru padak sok dulje gundu shabten sho. Thank you everyone who joined me in this session and previous sessions. Thank you everyone who is actively encouraging the prayerathon, and I hope you will stay on for Geshe Tenli. Wonderful Geshe, very close to Tara, has brought out a lovely book recently. If you haven't seen it before, I know Geshe-la is far too kind and too modest to promote his own book, but Noble Tara, the Liberating Mother, and oral commentary on the 21 Taras can be obtained by through Kylo Books. Go to Kurakala website. It's a wonderful read and companion to any Tara practice. And if you can, please do stay on for Geshe-la He's such a wonderful, wonderful presence to have here, and we have been very fortunate to have him on board for the past few months. And unfortunately, it's his last appearance for the time being. So thank you very much, Geshe-la, for all you've done to join this prayer-a-thon and supporting prayer-a-thon. You know, so
are you sure?
Oh, I definitely enjoyed it. You know, and I'm hard to please.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you, Venerable Dam Chogla, and welcome, Geshe-la.
Hi, Anila. Venerable Dam Chogla. iPad, everything's Pela.
Hello.
He got iPad to Kando. What's that? Sendo. Anyways, it's wonderful to see you also. To happy Tibetan New Year. Have you guys celebrated New Year?
Yes.
You make cupses?
Sorry, I think your internet connection a little bit not strong.
Okay, 1 second, maybe. Okay, how about now? It's better?
I think better, yeah. Venerable Damcho, can you hear? Can you see well? Yeah? Okay.
It's better?
Yes,
it's
thank you.
There is that. Samsara in my computer. Have you guys had the Tibetan New Year kapse?
Yes, we have. Yeah.
Who made it? Geshe-la made kapse? Who made kapse?
Geshe-la.
Do you make kapse?
I know of it. I haven't had the pleasure of eating them yet. But Venerable Sarah said there's a wonderful place at Naratika where you can get some really nice kapse. So I have to go and visit to get my first taste of them.
Yeah, it's Tibetan culture, you know, Tibetan is old, you know, like tradition way, you know, the celebration for New Year's. They have so many things, you know, I also make all things.
Offering.
Usually we have like New Year Day, like all the local Tibetans come to the center. Like maybe we are like 400 or 500 people and they show up. Then we do celebration tea and civil rights and Tibetan dancing and smoke offering. It's very joy. But this year, fortunately, the COVID-19, we're not able to make that.
Yes.
Therefore, the most quiet New Year, I think this year.
New Year. Mm.
It's okay. Looks like
Yeah.
we are almost, finished COVID, hopefully. And it's wonderful to all of you organize to pray. I always say, as we are the religion, special Tibetan Buddhism follows, we believe the prayer can help, prayer can benefit. And of course, we have to do their own practice, own meditation, but our motivation is to benefit for all Mother Sentient beings. Then we pray. Therefore, it's wonderful to you guys keep going like this. You know, I'm sure there are a lot of benefits. Even in our His Holiness, even the benefit of one person is enough. You know, Buddha's first teaching, just 4 people there. Therefore, you know, we say, oh, we don't know it's benefit or not. Yeah, we don't know it's true. But it's not necessary we have to know, right? Like we take that vitamins, especially the Western people, like to so many vitamins, then, you know, your body doesn't have much the immune system they serve because you just put all the vitamins. But we don't see that the vitamins working, but the doctors check this. Oh yeah, vitamins are working, you know. Same thing, like we pray and we don't really see something big change. But it's same like that. It's really working. Even if our mind keep with Dharma, this is a blessing for the Dharma. If our mind take away from the Dharma, this is a blessing from the Maras. The blessing has a good blessing, bad blessing, not necessarily always good. Therefore, when Buddha's time, also some people, the blessing that, some want to debate with the Buddha, they blessing for their mind, then they want to, against for Buddha Shakyamuni. Then the 15 days, the discussion or all different ways to, debate with them, then like this New Year term, we have called Tibetan, we call Mulum, like the Mulum Chemo. And in Buddha's time, from the New Year day to 15 days, each day different kings were sponsored. Then discussion with the who want to against Buddha, the discussion for Dharma, discussion many magics. Then finally, Buddha was when. Then the big celebration for the next week, they were Kuchon teaching. Therefore, like this count, the Lama Tsongkhapa, start for Tibetan in Lhasa, from the Buddha Shakyamuni. Statue come from China, the Chinese, king's daughter to marry with the Tibetan king. Then there, she brought with her Rena Cho, that time is really like same as Buddha Gaya, Buddha Shakyamuni. Then Lama Tsongkhapa offering the crown, then they start to let the Mulam Chemo, still we are going on, usually like this time in Buddha Gaya, so many different Mulams, but this year the COVID, they were not able to do that. Like this still they're going on. Therefore, especially, this week is very special, time or day or, so when the Buddha's time, they do big, Dharma celebration, Dharma discussion. And this, still going, then we pray like this time. It's very, powerful. We think about this amazing time. To pray that is big benefit. Usually when we Tibetan call Ngunju Tembe Namtar means Jinju Deje Nyamlen. What they did, the Buddhas or teachers, this is the practice for the followers. Therefore, we are the followers, what Buddha's time, when Lama Tsongkhapa time, when the great master's time, what they did, we follow that. Therefore, like this time, the Tibetan Buddhism we have 4 very big, holy days, not holiday, with the holy days. This is the Chomtra teaching, is this one. Then Sakadawa, the Buddha gave first teaching. The Buddha come back from the Tushida. Like this 4, time is very special, powerful Buddha's holiday. During that time, the power of the time, make our practice be multiplied, the billions. Therefore, I'm also very great honor to last year and this year join with you guys to pray. Usually I do pray, almost 1 year, every night, 7 days a week, like half hour I do my Facebook to Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, some Thara prayers for, Therefore, this is our monks, nuns job. Sometimes people say, monks, nuns have no job. They just, say they don't go work. Monks, nuns have the most responsibility, big job. I'm not criticizing the lay people, they have to take care of their life the most. The monks, okay, I'm going to give up this life, my life. I'm just, I'm thinking for the future life, more sentient beings, Even if we don't do much physically, but our mentally, we have to, give up a lot for that samsara or our regular people rejoice, Even the people are very strong touch that your hair, right? Your hair is very touch, you have to pay thousands of dollars, you make colors, share, how you say, every day that we just kick out. we doesn't spend, any money, just, just shape. Just, we don't go to barbecue. Like, the Buddha's time, say, okay, you have a haircut because people have a very strong attachment. Therefore, we fight, or we working for the most difficult, complicated jobs to, we try to, fight with the, all the ignorance or delusions, but it's not easy. Sometimes the delusions take over us. But anyway, then we have the Sangha members, so we have big responsibility, also we have big job. So people also trust us, people, request for us to pray, therefore we try to best. Therefore, especially you are the, Western monks, nuns, is not easy. It's also not easy life, especially, especially we at the, what's it, MIMI, how you call it?
MI.
MII, how is it? MIII. How you say?
IMI.
IMI, we the, follow our Lord Guru, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, what he advised for all of us, then Lord Western monks and nuns. But this, usually, if I'm honestly, the Tibetan monks and nuns is more supported for the Western side. But Western monks and nuns are not that much. Therefore, it's not easy, especially, you guys. But I'm very, grateful for all of you follow the monks and nuns, try to pray. It's not easy language, not easy, culture, but you all try. Even though it's very hard to wear this different clothes, you have so many parts, But all of you try, go to the right direction. Therefore, it's wonderful. You guys follow the right direction. Okay, now I'm talking too much. I have to pray.
No, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Anyway,
No.
who's listening to us? And I'm sorry, I'm just talking for my blah, 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 If you think that not makes sense, just delete. If things make sense, just follow that. It's very great, good, wonderful to also support the monks and nuns, especially the, Western monks and nuns. It's same as like Tibetan monks and nuns. It's no difference. They're working very hard, especially more working hard for them because they don't speak Tibetan. They don't, read the Tibetan, but they taught to the. It's very important to, especially the Western people, to support the Western monks and nuns. They really thank you for all of you. Very support the Tibetan monks and nuns monasteries. Same as that Western monks. So they're nothing different. Maybe different nationality. It doesn't matter. Therefore, they follow the same rule, same vows. Therefore, you get same merit. Therefore, I like to add that for the special, the Western, how you say, devotees to support. Very important to support the, Western monks, nuns. Okay.
Sangha.
Sorry, I'm talking too much. Different ways.
Thank you, Geshe-la.
Okay, I'm going to pray for Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. It's wonderful. It's very grateful. For I'm sure we followed our teachers' advice. There are a lot of benefits. They already, pray for refuge Buddhist. I don't have to do again. Then they go 24 hours. Therefore, everyone visualization, Buddha's Bodhisattva was in front of us, and around us also 7 billion human beings. When we recite, we all recite together, You can hear the voice, different voice, Western voice, Tibetan voice, Spanish voice, Chinese voice, Indian voice, Nepali voice. You can hear different languages that can hear. We all recite together, okay? Jadai Sheme Trebe Saja Kichi Chila Listen Traje Sondra Neje Dunga Chenye Banje De Kamsa Jawara Majeres Jabdai Shinje Kana Etabada Neji Meta Tebe Traje Nyenje Bada Tabe Ramzo Jele Jen Gala Neba Majeres Deme Gere Tomdra Jaja Dan Lover Yamdra Samjaya Tuja Shabjaya Tabja Nela Zobaya Leja Gala Deba Majeres Leza Deva Male Dojabe Georgia Drabe Duma Chenya Malaysia Dan Dan Eden Badan Teri Neme De Dembaraj Lama Gomjo Sumje Dojedan Kando Chujon Somme Nimda Yendre lava me beden dobje Oa molon dabzen rebo isho Le dan lo chen le shon yo dan ne dan jombo te was semje yama de ne no jeden kamsa jomwara majer Jadai Shime Trebe Saja Keche Chila Listen Raja Sondra Neje Dunga Jenye Banje De Kamsa Jomaya Majeres Jabdai Shinje Kana Zabada Neje Mezan Tebe Traje Nije Bada Dabe Ramzoji Leje Gala Nebar Majeres Neme Gere Tomdra Jajada Lora Yamtro Sumjaya Tuja Shibjaya Zabja Nela Zobai Leje Gala Nebar Majeres Lisa Deva Male Drojobe Jonjo Drobe Dumar Chenye Male Sheshe Dandon Dembada Tere Neme Deje Dembash Lama Komcho Sumje Doje Kando Chujon Some Nimda Lemde Lava Mebe Dendobji Mova Mola Dabdan Drabarisho Ledan Lava Jenle Java Yadana Nedan Jumbo Device Senjayama Devya Nam Ganjede Gamza Jovara Majaj Chedai Cheme Trebe Saja Keji Chila Lisan Traje Sondra Neje Dunga Jenyaba Jede Gamza Jovara Majaj Jabdai Chenje Kanai Trebadra Neje Mezo Tebe Traje Ninje Bada Dabe Ramzoj Leje Gala Nebara Majaj Neme Gere Tomdra Jajad Lower Yamdra Samjay Truchat Shabjaya Sabshe Nelaya Zobai Leje Gala Devara Majaj Lisaya Deva Male Androjab Jonja Drabe Dungar Chenyap Male Cheche Dandon Dembad Tere Neme Deche Dembaraj Lama Kumcho Sumje Shanlab Kandro Chuchon Somme Nimta Nimte Lava Mebe Dendo Ngova Molo Tabzo Bojo. Now we're going to recite one time for 21 prayers. Tada. If you memorize, if you have text, follow with me. If not, you can, meditation to get a blessing from that 21 taras. Kama dondra zoba namje rabdo jeve orambar Chanta zanga jene je peme shana nambara je Jamba tunde kato java zoba sande shayara nye Chantara dejen jabe tu taye nambara java sho Male para jamba do be jave se je chanda de Yanza dadara oye ke dada chata nam ka kam Jiden dambo jeb jene de liba me barango barani Shantara jeche me la zamba lola na to wong shun cho Jambo la dada nam da no je to jen de ne de Janda je jadam be je parang dungo rab dun jo Yogo yam jo jab jene de membran to bara chanda bara Shanta terin je ba je mo de je ba nambaran jo Ije jana tonye de ze do tam jo mo le so Shanta kum cho samda ja je sama doga nambara ja Male sha jen go lo jen be ranga ba je sonam jo Janta rabda gawa je be waje wajen tangwa be Shabara Tadara ye Dadang Jadang Wandan ze Janta Zaja Jangwe Zono Tamjen Go Bani Manya Tanya Yave Yake Ongo Pomba Tamja Number Do Janta Dave Dava Jamba Tamja Chanda Bar Rave Tona Bomele Tabra Chanda Warunza Shanta Gave Dame Meader Bave Drava Wanania Yajang go go ge daya pona nambranjo. Shanta ta jangala jage the janam cha jadom. Tonya jamza yakang ramba dambo namdange. Shanta dema gema jama nyang da je shanya. So dayang da dembe deba chimbo jambanya. Shanta gana gara gawe daya lena rabdange. Ige cheve ngana go be riba hole domanya. Shanta tere jamna da be hunga na be savenya. Ramada radambo chi jidya samna yovanya. Shanta lave zoya na be rada da je chana na. Tarani je peche ye ke tuna male panase. Shantala ye tuna jabo la damum je de. Punya kocha gave je tadamala Shantani Madava Jebe, Shani Bala Warose, Arani Jotodara, Ye, Shanta Taboran Seam. Janta Denya Zamnaga, Beji, Tadaya Dadam, Tandarolano Jeto, Jamba Tere Aram Chonya, Tavanga Jeto Bandada, Shantavana Nyechata, the benefit for 21 praise. Amoya lage yonda dembe lode ganga rabda jab sada tora lawra jene tembe mejo tamjo rab dubaya tamjo rabda java nendo tamjo jambare nyat java java trada namje nyada vana kavaranja dele chavara nyana topje sanje komba tatu ten Dea tu na trabo chenbo tene bawa jayan drab zaba tana dovara nyaja tembe rabdo sabara nyat don dan ram dan du kar sebe dungar zona nambara pan semje jamba namla yango nizama danda ngombara jon Panda pena pato jarachu noda pena nonamanyat doba tamja dobaranjar Gana meje sozo jom jo. We just had the couple times, the green tar mantra. So Oi mai da re da re so. Now we dedication long like all the holy beings. What are we dedicated for? Who lost their life last year, this year, especially by COVID-19? They're all free from the lograms. We dedicate for our families, friends, neighbors, for if you remember anyone has any kind of physically or mentally difficult, we dedicate them to recover from that. We dedicate for all of the world, the mother sentient beings, especially who had the COVID symptoms right now. They all recover from that. We dedicate all the front workers, doctors, nurses, also those people who work in any public place. We dedicate them to protect from any obstacles, physically, mentally. Kare rave korve shankam sa pendan deva male jove Chere zewa tente jamso shabe sende pado tenjore je topso janjo jambo jave zanjon bebe kunzo trabo den choson kwe lemo dandra Dazo de jin gondo shabden jo jambare bawe chadar jempat gondo zambo teyan tejen teda genje jeso dalosh gawa da tamcho rabdo ngo tesame shabe java tamcho je mowa kala chodo ngebat Dajin gewe tawa degen jang sambo shoje rabdo ngowa jo. Thank you, Venerable boss. Yes,
Thank you,
wonderful.
Thank you,
Geshe-la.
Geshe-la.
Geshe-la was so wonderful to be at the Tara Puja last night with you all.
Yeah, it's
I was
wonderful
there.
to
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah.
we can join the technology for all of the world.
I
All the
know.
world leaders, the kind of politics, they can also the meeting on the online, all of the world. We can also practice all of the world together, same place.
It's really nice. Yeah.
Okay, it's wonderful. Thank you for
Ge-
a very great
Thank you
honor
so
to
much.
join with you.
Geshe-la, before you sign off, may I say thank you very much for everything you have done, the support you've shown to Prayerathon, for your wonderful guidance, with bringing Tara much more into this and making sure that we get more and more used to the Tibetan version of Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. I know I can't hand it to you personally, but would you please appreciate, the virtual offering, So thank you very much. I know that you need it elsewhere for the time being, but I hope we haven't lost you and we find other ways of engaging. I might have to sign up more to Kurakala Center to benefit from your infectious smiles. Thank you very much.
Thank
You
you.
to Kimber for having sorted everything out for us.
See
It
you
has been a great
someplace
privilege.
next time.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
You too.
Thank you. Thank you, Boss.
Thank you, Geshe-la.
All right.
Welcome,
it was,
Venerable Gyalpo.
thank you so much. I think I'm going to do prayers now. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But I'll just say it is really wonderful. So I already put it in my calendar when Kurukula does the Tara Puja next month. It's really nice. So it was fun to be there with them last night. Yeah.
He definitely has a very close connection, hasn't he, to Tara?
He does, yes, very much. And to whatever extent I am so happy with Tara, so connected also.
Yes.
May it be more and more. Yeah. So, okay.
Yes.
So,
but as you said, it's funny, Sangha is like buses, isn't it? There's none or there's three of us. I let you get on.
Yeah.
I don't want to eat into your time, Venupelia. Thank you very much.
All right.
If I sign off in between, I will follow you on YouTube. All right.
Okay. And who will be after me? Is you or someone else?
After you will be Venerable Chokila from Chenrezig Institute.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. So nice to see you both. And
nice to see you. Thank you.
Yes. So good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world, from Tenzin Pyongyang, New York City. And so grateful to be doing the prayers today. So we'll begin with motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we will do a couple of minutes of Om Mani Padme Hum at your own pace. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we will continue with a glance meditation on the Lamrim. This one is by Dorji Chung Losong Jinpa. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intended virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva, always crying and correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma, and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy, even for a second, in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart, guide me with your great kindness, and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampe Geshe Langri Tangpa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas, 1 verse. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now some verses from Shantideva. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification and increase and so forth. Great medicine, curing every sickness. A wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need. And a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And now we'll move on to the actual prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. First, a little bit of the backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, red crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed the prayer that we will do next, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll do the prayer a second time. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll do the prayer a third time. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And next we'll do another prayer by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, this one called A Request to Pacify the Fear of Famine. And first a little bit of backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered a begging bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind, aspiring to the supreme highest enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasure, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on all of this world, on all of every universe. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests, with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified. And may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now we'll do some dedication prayers. To actualize bodhicitta, I'll do in English. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. A prayer to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. A prayer for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious one. And 3 verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. To abide in samsara for sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, in English I will do, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then we'll seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side.
Venerable Palyan, I hope you're well.
I'm well, thank you very much. So nice to see you always. Nice
and
to travel
you.
to the other side of the world for a few minutes. Yeah,
okay.
Right.
Okay, see you next time.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Okay,
bye. Okay, so morning back here in Chenrezig Institute, and beautiful sunny day here in Queensland, so wonderful. And to sort of our final session for this weekend for the prayerathon. So setting our motivation according to the method to transform a suffering life into happiness, including enlightenment. So as Lama Zopa Rinpoche advises at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes, until enlightenment is achieved and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, which at the moment, engaging in this prayer-a-thon, all our prayers and practices, especially during this, very auspicious time of the days of miracles, of Shakyamuni Buddha manifesting these deeds in the world, these 15 days. So now we're halfway through that period, and 100 million times the merit, all our virtue, all our virtuous thoughts, virtuous actions, virtuous speech. So may this become the cause for the happiness of all sentient beings, especially the cause to achieve Buddhahood. So transforming all our actions into the method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings, transforming the mind into holy Dharma, and especially into bodhicitta, the infinite, ultimate altruistic thought. For the benefit of the world, for the benefit of all beings, for as long as beings exist. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realizations, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like the youthful Nosang and the Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. So as Lama Zopa says, this is how to correctly follow the virtuous friend, the route of the path to enlightenment. So we can call to mind our great joy and delight in having met the Buddha's teachings, having met precious Mahayana virtuous friends guiding us on the path, visualizing in the space in front to take refuge, and then all other sentient beings around us on every atom of space arising in human form, and particularly holding in our hearts the human beings of this world at this time. It's our collective karma to be experiencing this pandemic at this time in the world. So in this, we're all in this together, as our medical brothers, sisters say, and politicians say, we are all in this together, collective karma ripening. So may that be purified swiftly, and beings suffering from this terrible pandemic, from having lost dear ones, having died, working on the front line, having huge anxiety, fear, overwhelm, despair, all the disturbing states of mind that come along with that, all be free. So all those sentient beings in every atom of space, thinking of our karmic connection with each and every one as we take refuge together. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So contemplating that, what the qualities of the Buddha, the qualities of the Guru, of your spiritual teachers, and not just admiring to those attain those qualities, not just admiring them from afar, but aspiring to have that, and then have the belief, yes, we can. We too can become just like that, one with the Guru, one with the Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So this space refuge, given by Arya Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha Chenrezig, the Buddha embodying all the infinite altruistic compassion of all the Buddhas arising in this form to benefit the world, given by the Buddha Chenrezig to Ka Nakpa Paljo Sherab, and by him to Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and afterwards providing infinite benefits for living beings. So as we know from the time of Thangtong Gyalpo, composing this blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease at the time when the great seat of the Sakya monastery in Tibet was experiencing their own pandemic or epidemic. And the disease couldn't be quelled by medics, by other ritual practices, even tantric practices and so forth. However, Thangtong Gyalpo, who is, not only a great engineer and bridge builder, the bridge is, even still there in Tibet and Bhutan, and architect and medic himself, but also seen to have been a Buddha, bringing such benefit. And so following in our precious Guru Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice to recite this prayer until the pandemic declines, all of us worldwide. It's, as Venerable Palyang just said, so wonderful to connect from one side of the world in America to here in Australia, to Europe, to all our International Mahayana Institute brothers, sisters, monks and nuns. It's been to be of benefit in the way that we can in the world, not being the medics and the politicians and the police and all the other, first responders and frontliners, but supporting those through the power of our practice. And then having the confidence in our own potentials of our mind to attain, just like the Buddha, purify all the negativities, attain all the positive qualities, perfect all the positive qualities, all of the perfections, and abiding in the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, the wisdom body of a Buddha, which is infinite like space, unobstructed by neurotic thoughts and self-limiting doubts and so forth. Abiding there. And from that infinite space, inspired by Chenrezig, Buddha Chenrezig, it seems very fitting for us to be able to host this prayerathon here at Chenrezig Institute, because the name says it all, doesn't it? And so we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and visualizing either the form of Chenrezig or any form suitable for you of a being that encompasses, that really embodies infinite altruistic compassion. So it could be I figure from any faith or none. I remember growing up as a Catholic child and the bleeding heart of Jesus, you know, I didn't quite understand it, but now I have a little bit more understanding of that, being that representation of compassion. And the same with Chenrezig, you know, despairing to see that suffering in the world and the tears coming, and then Tara saying, I'll help out. So all the swift energy to help out as well. So visualizing above the crown of yourself and all sentient beings is manifestation of bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment, infinite altruistic compassion, whichever label we wish to give that. And then as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of compassion, you know, feel that light and nectar flowing down from the heart of that being above your crown into your body and the body of all sentient beings, healing any disease, pacifying any neurotic thoughts, any disturbing emotions, and so forth. And really the healing prayer of liberating the Sakya from disease, feeling that healing actually happening as we recite this mantra, and your body and the other bodies completely purified, becoming filled with every atom, every particle of your being, radiating and healing energy of infinite altruistic compassion in the form of light and healing nectar, so that your body becomes a body of light, and saying with all the other sentient beings around you, the light of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Feel yourself, all the beings you visualized around you, every atom of space, completely healed, body and mind completely pacified. And then the beam of compassion above your crown, Chenrezig or otherwise, dissolves into an orb of light, which melts down through your crown and in through your pores and those of all other sentient beings, like snowflakes just melting in through all the pores. And that altruistic thought of infinite compassion, your mind, Chenrezig's mind, same, nothing separating. You become just like that. And holding that precious jewel, like Chenrezig, the mani, the jewel of compassion at your heart, to cultivate and to grow, to have as an inner resource to tap into it at times when we get overwhelmed, anxious, fearful, and so forth. And particularly for all those other beings in relation to this pandemic, and feel our heart connection, our loving concern and infinite compassion for ourselves and for all other beings without exception. Really feel that. And holding those compassionate thoughts in our heart, and spacious mind, capable of achieving all these qualities, as we recite the actual prayer liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the mind, of the world. So it's pretty graphic, isn't it? That the body can be separated from the mind at death in a mere instant, just like that. As we have seen in the world with this pandemic, not just the pandemic, many things that cause death. However, we can see with this pandemic how, a year ago when we were starting to see it really take hold in the world, not imagining the extent of death, of illness, of grief, of anxiety, of exhaustion of all the medics and the frontliners, just unstoppable through their loving concern and their compassionate, kind hearts to benefit all those in the world suffering. Having that same determination in our hearts. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So here as we enter the Gompo, having the sort of wheel of life, and that wherever we're born in samsara, no matter where you're born, even in the cushiest God realms, in the jaws of Yama, the Lord of Death, the fangs and the claws, the hands and the feet, and constant suffering, one existence to the other, terrifying reminder of this prison of samsara, imprisoning our body, but yes, imprisoning our mind, lifetime to lifetime, to be free of it. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. So there's 424 diseases. Sometimes in the Lama Chöpa says 404, actually the Buddha said 84,000 afflictions for which to be confident there's 84,000 antidotes. So it's a matter of applying those antidotes. Just like in the world today, you know, in Australia, a few days ago when our National Health Minister said, the eagle has landed. In other words, the planes with the vaccine, so rolling out from tomorrow here in Australia to those frontliners and those particularly vulnerable people in the population, and then everyone else. So the medical antidotes, but here with the mind finding the antidotes to all these afflictions that cause disease. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. So again, we see this in the world. You know, think of our dear brothers, sisters in the US, where it's, you know, particularly in Texas, where the, you know, the snowfalls, I think it's, you know, sort of, it's a catastrophic weather. You know, I don't know if it's never seen so bad, but very bad in states that haven't experienced that as well. So we see all around the world the disturbances of the elements externally, but we can also think of the disturbances internally of the elements, particularly the wind element, the air element, that causes these afflictive states of mind, depriving the body and mind of every happiness. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. So we're always praying for the long life, good health and well-being, of course, of our precious teachers. You know, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our precious teachers to continue to guide us in the world, those of us who are just, you know, reeling around in confusion and ignorance and getting it all wrong, and being that light of clarity, wisdom and compassion. So may they have long life, good health and well-being, but also ourselves, especially as Mahayana Dharma practitioners, to benefit the world for as long as we can. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Particularly all the dedications, all the prayers of this 24-hour period during the time of the Days of Miracles, 100 million times the merit every single moment of recitation and so forth. And our huge determination, altruistic motivation for the pandemic in the world be quelled as swiftly as possible. And then sealing all these merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, or the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from its own side, a mere hallucination, elaboration my mind has made up, may that I achieve Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, depending on causes and conditions, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Then reciting the prayers for the long lives of our precious teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In the land encircled by snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. And for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And may we continue to accumulate the vast accumulations of merit to benefit the world 100 million times every single day, up until and including Choktrul Duchen next Saturday, when we'll have our next installment of the prayerathon. Wow, 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 wow. Thank you very much.